1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello. Okay, so what I'm gonna do today, it looks like I'm live, right? Yes. Dang, I updated OBS and it like broke everything. It's a mistake, man. It was a mistake. But I can still make it work. Streaming's like one of those things where you never really got it down. You know, it's like it always continually... Okay, am I live? Yes, I'm live. Volume's off. Volume's off. Let me look at my channel. Make sure everything is working just right. Yes. Wait. What? Being silly. Okay. Okay. Let's watch these VODs. So there's my face there. Guess we can start here. Come on, internet connection. Don't let me down. You can do this. It's also Twitch.
We'll start with those. All right, we're good.
Damn, I don't know if this is gonna work if it's this slow. Maybe we'll do auto. 1080p might be a bit much.
The music.
I could make it so you can see his face, maybe.
This one. Okay. Actually, we've got enough of these all up. So it's that one, this one, this one, and this one.
It's kind of weird.
Alright, so first one, 10 essential tips for mobile RPG maker projects.
Alrighty, how's it going, guys? We're gonna do another
now
video.
it's loud.
I finally turn the light on, for goodness sake. Do I look pretty good? I hope I look good.
Well, it is a
I
little
worked really
loud.
hard at looking good. I cut the hair off of my head, and tried to get my lights going, so everything hopefully is looking really good. Alright, what am I talking about?
Should I read the introduction?
Right now, we're gonna talk about RPG Maker.
Alright, Matt, what are we doing?
Context of Android. Now, this was probably one of the most heavily requested topics I've ever made a video about on this channel, so I'm hoping that it's very successful. And actually, while I was originally intending to make one video, this is actually going to turn into 3 videos here. We're going to do 3 videos. The first video is going to cover how to set up the game when you're making the game. The second video is going to cover how to deploy the game.
Okay, first thing, 10 essential tips. So does that mean that's 10 essential tips for setting up a project? I think that would have to, if they're doing if we're doing 3 videos, I'm assuming that's what it is, Maui. Because either that or you've progressed to the clickbaity thumbnails that seem to do so well on YouTube. We'll see.
And the third video is going to talk about dealing with Android Studio.
What are these sections down
A
here?
lot of this stuff will work just as well if you're setting up your game for iOS. I may make
Yeah,
an
it seems
iOS
like that's
video
what
in
it
the
is.
future. There's a lot of good ones
Yeah.
out there, so I don't know if that's as necessary. I'm more focusing
There's 10
on
different
Android, but
sections,
the first
so.
2 videos definitely will help a lot with your iOS setup as well. And this video in particular, more than any of the 3 videos in this series, will help a lot with your Android and iOS.
I think that might be incorrect now.
Or either. This is really a great video.
Based
for
on what Maui
if
went
you
through,
are
trying to get this game onto iOS.
Either one, it's pretty much the same process for both. So I'm really
It's not
excited
incorrect.
to do this video for you finally, and I'm hoping
This may
I
no
get a
longer be the
bajillion
case.
views on it.
It's still the case.
Because it's a lot.
The tips that I gave actually, my recent kind of hold up on deploying an RPG Maker MZ into iOS actually are more. These things that I'm saying in this video are actually more pertinent now, because the problems I've had are the very problems that I'm warning you not to. The very things I'm warning you against. The issue primarily with my iOS deployment has been plugin related. So for me in this video, I say specifically be wary of using plugins, especially those that you don't understand. And I mean, that is all the more true with the difficulty I've had with my iOS deployment.
Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't.
So it's interesting that he thinks of it that way.
To hit the 300 subscriber mark by this week, by this weekend, by today. Really, probably I have 10 more to go.
Maybe there's a thought that I thought that it would work. When we tried to do that on the first shot, I didn't think it would work. I think Monkey King was surprised it didn't work. But I knew that I'd have to go through and kind of rework the plugins and do a lot of debugging before I could actually get the iOS version deployed. Like, that was, in my head, that was obvious, but I guess I didn't articulate that maybe. I don't know. But yeah, these tips are certainly true for iOS more than ever.
So I'm hoping that's
Using the analytics thing as like a,
really excited about
how come
that.
you
So
guys
let's
aren't
get happy,
subscribed
guys.
if you're watching?
Hit that subscribe button, and with no further ado, here are
Are we playing an RPG Maker game? Jesus Christ.
10 essential tips for mobile projects.
That was
Number
loud.
1.
That was loud.
OpenGL is a different beast on mobile.
Yeah, I
This is
gotta.
true. Yeah.
On desktop. OpenGL is
The face of a person that's been through
combined with
the trenches.
how your graphics display
I have.
on your RPG Maker project, and for the majority of the stuff, just in general, like on the web and stuff. OpenGL it's everywhere. But anyway,
Yeah.
there are multiple versions of OpenGL, and the version that your mobile phone uses, whether it's iOS or Android, is different than the one that's on your desktop, whether it's Mac or Windows. So that's important to know, because small devices, portable devices, render things differently. So a lot of the things that work really well on your desktop computer will work really terribly or not work at all on your mobile device. So going
True.
in, this is really something you want to look for. And I'm going to
And that's due to mobile is like a whole different set of priorities, right? On mobile, like on desktop, it's like, we'll just take whatever RAM we want to use and show you what's on the.
You know what's funny is I'm wearing the same shirt right now as I was when I made this video. My beard's a bit longer though. It's hilarious.
Mobile is all about cutting out all the excess useless crap that you have on websites, like all these extra buttons down here, all this stuff on the side, folding all those into like one menu somewhere, and then just displaying the content in a way that's that works for mobile. Because on mobile, you're constricted to the processing power of whatever it's on, and usually that's a pretty, like today's mobile phones are using processors that were essentially in power comparison that existed like in the mid 2000s.
Yep.
But it's in a phone now instead of on a desktop PC or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mobile devices prioritize battery efficiency over performance often in comparison to desktop, especially stationary desktops.
So I mean, it's still a Moore's law kind of leap as far as technology goes, but it's not any more powerful than what we used to have.
Yep. He's right.
So you're constrained by that. Constrained by the very limited cache on a phone, which is extremely small, and then you're limited by the amount of RAM you have available on phones, which is also small. So you have all these constraints limiting you to what you can do, and that makes game development on mobile extremely difficult because you essentially have almost none of the things you would, the system specs or system resources you would need or expect for any kind of decent game. Which is why all mobile games, well, most mobile games, are all the same kind of general
Low.
generally the same way. They have the same similar concepts. That's why the most common mobile game is essentially an idle or clicker game, because that's really all that phones can run.
Yeah.
In general. I mean, there are ways to make, Call of Duty run on a phone, but the way to do that is you replace all the models with, very blocky polygon things reminiscent of Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation, and rip out all the post-processing effects that make the game look good. So you got a really shitty-looking game that you can play on your phone. And that's like the compromise you have to make to put an actual game onto a phone. Or, put a high graphic fidelity game onto a phone. Then you got stuff like RPG Maker that can run stuff on a phone, but RPG Maker system spec-wise is very, very, very minimal. Basically, for RPG Maker, all you have to have is something that can essentially load an image and store some data, store some memory.
Yep.
Now, there are ways to make RPG Maker really inefficient. Having a crap ton of parallel processes running at the same time in a map. That's like a common performance kind of killer thing there. Which is why if you're RPG Maker dev, you see people around on forums say don't use parallel processes. That's why. Because once you get to a certain number of them, depending on the system specs, it can really start lagging.
I'll use a couple.
That's what Maui's talking about here with how things are different, because the things you have to use, the limitations.
And I would have gone more into.
And the things you can do are either slightly different or.
In my video, I would have gone into this more, but I mean, I didn't want to spend all day on it.
Entirely different on mobile than on
I just
any
said
other
general. It might have been the problem with this video is I might have actually tried to do too much, I might have tried to say too much in too short of a time.
You get through the video, but just right now, I want you to know the way things render, it's quite a bit different. Number 2, you're going to need touch controls. The touch controls on RPG Maker's base projects are not great. Right? They're not good.
Okay, I will, since Maui's afraid to say it since he's on a YouTube video, shit. This is what they are. That's the case for most mobile games. I mean, there's a couple that are different, like Infinity Blade. There's one that I have on my iPad that has controls similar to what Maui put in his game. But I forget the name of it. There's very few games on mobile that are actual games, that are like actual legit games. They're mostly mobile idle crap. But there are legit games that are actual, you move through an environment, you fight battles, that kind of stuff. And they all have touchscreen controls to do the movements. Now you can get these days you can get Bluetooth controllers and things.
Yep.
But don't know how compatible they would be with everything. They may not be compatible with RPG Maker games.
They're compatible with
Use
my
at your
game.
own risk kind of situation. But I think the vast majority of people that play those kind of games on the phone are going to be using those on-screen controls. Probably. Unless they're, if they're using that as their main gaming platform, then they might have a controller. But again, I don't know if that would be very compatible.
Don't use them. Nobody likes them. That's not the way games are supposed to work. That click-to-move stuff is for boomers. Don't use it. Create a proper touchscreen controller. This, for me, was one of the most extensive projects in my project. It took me tons of time to do, so it's going to take some time. So just be ready to invest in a proper controller. I hope that whatever you figure out, it works well. I would make a plugin to do this, but it's a little bit hard to support, so I'm not going to do that. But I really hope you guys can do well, and the best of luck with your touchscreen controller. For many of you, this will be a game breaker, and this will be the thing that makes it so your project is not viable. Number 3,
It's like, good luck with that. Good luck, my fellow kids, with that. That's probably going to frack up your game. So I will not even try. But that is realistic too. RPG Maker doesn't have that in it, so it's something you have to make. Like Maui was saying, there are plugins to do that. Those plugins are very crappy though. They don't have the right. They have like a base for you to build off, but you have to build off of the base to make it actually work properly. But yeah, I helped Maui with some of the stuff for that, for what he wanted to do with that plugin, and it was not easy.
It was a mess.
Mainly because Maui's not crazily versed in JavaScript, and he knows enough to do stuff, but yeah, I'd have a lot of input on it from me and Code Mora, who's the other person that helps him with plugins and stuff usually. So we have to work through how to like have the things show up, the control pad show up. If it goes to a certain point out over the window, it's supposed to hide it and that kind of stuff. And
it's fair, definitely not crazily
eventually
versed.
we got it working, and now he's actually been modifying it further to make it show up in certain contexts and not, which is cool. Yeah, he spent a lot of time working on that thing. I can confirm.
10 animations and 10 fates don't play well with mobile RPG Maker games. So if you have a tent that changes, say for example, over 60 frames, every single one of those frames is going to slow down the game. Now if you do it over...
This I did not know. So this right here would be a breaker for my game going to mobile. It was not going to go to mobile anyway, but
It wouldn't be.
I'm using tents to... Essentially, it's a tent. So most of the lighting systems will use tents for like global lighting. Basically, you're just taking a colored image, setting it to a certain color, a certain opacity, and then you're using that to generate a kind of artificial brightness or darkness on the screen.
It might be okay.
Anything with a lighting plugin is going to break up mobile, basically, is what it comes down to, it seems like. So I'm using tents for day-night system. It's not really a system, but it's like, as you play through the game.
It might not break his
it'll
game.
Go to, evening, then night, the morning, then daytime, so basically no tint at all. Good to know, because I did not know that.
For one frame, it's enough to where your system can usually recover from the lag, but if you do it over 60, you might have a situation where your game will either crash or it'll lag for minutes, if not even like tens of minutes to an hour, just for a 60 frame, 1 second little tint transition. Because the way it works, it's exponentially worse the longer that animation goes on. So I would warn you, don't use any tint animations in your game, period. Now this is important because the stock Battle or Death in RPG Maker uses tints, and many of the stock abilities use tints. So be very weird with those. I personally...
So in other words, what Maui's saying is that don't make an RPG game maker for mobile. Unless you're going to rip out all the default stuff and make everything custom, don't make a game for mobile.
Well,
basically, Maui's suggestion here. I would agree too. Even if you're going to rip everything out and make things custom anyway, don't make it for mobile. Mobile gaming is a byproduct of companies trying to make a crap ton of money off of making gacha games, basically.
He doesn't like mobile games.
There are ways
It's
to
not
make
wrong,
games,
though.
actual games for mobile. Not with RPG Maker, though. Let's go that direction. What I said before is also true, but this is also true as well. The nuke. It's kind of surprising that they even allow you to go to mobile at all for the deployment options if this is the case.
The reason why they do is because the deployment is almost identical to WebGL, so it's like, why not add this feature, you know?
Because that
Also, a lot of games don't use combat. Like a lot of RPG Maker games don't have any combat in them, so having the death animations, and furthermore, you can use like different death animations in the game. Like you can set it to like a death state, which will be like in animation wise, it'll just be like dead, right? And you'll see physically, which I do for some of my fights. And you can also just make it so the character disappears too. So it still works with the core functionality of RPG Maker. It's just, it also doesn't work with a lot of the other core functions.
RPG Maker, the default RPG Maker engine doesn't work on mobile.
I didn't realize after watching him go through this, it's like, man, I really probably brought a lot of people down.
It is very odd, I will admit.
We dealt with this by creating a plugin that kind of just got rid of them and took them out of the core. You can deal with it however you want to do. You can change the way death works. You can create a dedicated death frame. Whatever you do, don't do the boss death on mobile. That thing will break your game. So just avoid that at all freaking costs. Please don't do that. Number 4, smaller games are much easier to deploy. By default,
Well,
RPG Maker game.
This should be an obvious thing. You've got a 1 gigabyte file. You're gonna have to fight tooth and nail with all kinds of things to get that up onto like the Play Store, or iOS store, the App Store,
Mm-hmm.
and then even getting it onto phones is the other problem because a lot of people have probably either not very much storage, like on my phone, even though I have like 3 or 4 gigs free out of 64, I think it's 64 32.
Yeah.
Constantly gets filled up because of just the way that browsers cache data on iPhones, or because the damn updates are so huge. And then when you go to download those, they store those temporarily while they unpack. So the larger a game is, the less likely it is to be downloaded, basically.
Also, until recently, Google had a limit on your file size. So that's recently changed, but they still haven't approved my game, which is, 250 megs. So it's probably an indication that, they don't like it.
So I think this is probably a good takeaway from mobile. If you're thinking about making a mobile game, any kind of game on any kind of platform, not platform, but development platform, like Unreal Engine, Unity, whatever. Consider the size your game is going to be when it's finished and how big the game is. The bigger your game is, the less likely it is to succeed on mobile, because mobile really is centered around small games that don't take much time to finish, that can generate money easily. It's kind of the general makeup of a game on mobile that Apple or Google is expecting to do well. Doesn't mean you have to follow that, but it does mean that you'll have a lot more headwind to trying to get your game sold on mobile devices.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's right.
But if you're making that size of game already, you're probably also releasing on other platforms too, like PC or console or something like that.
Like I'm doing.
So the main takeaway from this is if you're releasing a game on mobile alongside other platforms, don't expect the mobile version of it to sell very well. It's not probably going to, depending on how big the game is. And if it's not a game that uses the predatory bullshit that most mobile games have, it's probably not going to make much money. It's a sad truth of mobile game development. There's a reason that mobile games all have in-app purchases. They're all built the same way to have walls that require you to buy stuff or spend huge amounts of time playing to get through them. It's because that formula works.
I will say that there are people who release games that don't really have that predatory style, And it's definitely true that they're not going to be, the Shadow Raid Legends or whatever of the genre. But if you're a solo dev, the amount of money you need to make is nowhere near those huge companies. So if you can make, 100,000 sales off of a game, that's enough to fund it. If it's $5, that's enough to keep you going for like 5 years. That would still be among the rare people. Even for me, with the amount I've made, I'm in the top 10% of game developers, and my game is in the top 10% of games. But that top 10% has a lot of variety because I have a game that essentially has not been profitable at all, versus a game that, sells 1 billion copies. So it really puts into light what that lower 90% is doing and how unsuccessful they are. You know what I mean?
As much as people try to raise awareness on it, as much as people try and outlaw those kinds of predatory mechanics, people will still buy those games and play them because it's part of a addiction thing, basically. Well, addiction might be a little bit strong, but it plays.
I didn't realize
there is some level of like addictiveness to it.
He's gonna go all philosophical. It's great.
And games that don't follow that kind of series of things, you might break into a niche by not doing those things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whenever I find a game that doesn't do that stuff, I make sure to, and it's something that I'm interested in, I'll download it and play it, because those kinds of games are very rare oddities on mobile. At the same time, I think the representative majority of mobile gamers are going to be gamers that are not looking for that kind of game. They're looking for the shorter, more predatory type of game. So it's good to know what your target audience is, what the target audience is on the devices and platforms you're releasing a game on are, and setting expectations through that. Kind of got way off on the tangent of what I was talking about here, but just something to consider.
For sure.
About 1.11 gigabytes. If you deploy them straight out of building like a fresh project, I would say you got to really gut that, and then also in addition to that, compress those images. If you get the pic.
If you're making a game for multiple platforms, don't develop it to mobile, because Matt made a good point here. You'll have to reduce a lot of the quality out of your game for mobile. You'll have to reduce image sizes, you'll have to remove quality, you'll have to do whatever you can do to make the files smaller. That even includes the audio. You have to compress the audio down.
Yep.
So, unlike what they do for like console development, which is developed to the weaker system, you should develop your game to the stronger system, and then make a version of it that would work on mobile, that you've done all that stuff with, and not try to homogenize your game across all platforms, because you're gonna wind up having really bad sales on other platforms because the quality of your game is not going to be good.
What he's saying is kind of true, but I mean, I kind of am doing what he said. Like, I kind of made it so my game is more geared towards desktop, but I also really compress the shit out of a lot of stuff. So I don't know. If you play my game, the style of the art, it kind of works with that compressed low color file look. But yeah, if it makes your desktop experience poor, I would say don't use the same images, but I don't really feel like it does. And I've gotten pretty good at compressing and also keeping the images at a high quality, which is a skill in of itself. But yeah, he's suggesting that you build for desktop and then see like mobile works. I think it's possible to do both at the same time, But I will tell you that as a desktop game, my game looks good in like a retro fun kind of way. But when my game's on mobile, it seems like I don't want to sound too crazy, but it's much more akin to like a high budget game. It feels like a high budget game on mobile, as long as it's not like breaking, which it still does quite a bit. But that's one of the takeaways I've had, because when I put it on the freaking phone, it's like, wow, this game looks awesome. But it looks the same. It's just something about phones. You know, your brain doesn't expect it to be as good, so you're more impressed.
This is true for all actual games on a mobile device. Is that unless somebody comes out with some massively new way to compress image files or to process textures and things, the only way to get like a really decent looking game on mobile is going to be having a massive file size. You can't really get around that. Higher the quality, the more space it takes. Which
Generally.
is why so many mobile games look like total shit. It's because they have to be that way to actually run and be downloadable. So it's a trade-off. Pretty big one.
Picture, you gotta go and compress the pictures. So go get all those files, either erase them or compress them. I use TinyPNG. It's a free website where you can do up to 20 images at a time. They also have a desktop version if you want to do it to more images than that in one sitting. Also, if you do compress the images, make sure you have a backup, because those compressed images, while they're designed by AI to not visually affect the fidelity of the photo from our human eyes, they sometimes will make things look worse. So you have to use your own eyes and look at the images and see if the fidelity is worth the image size reduction. And most times it'll be okay, but every once in a while I come across something where I'm like, okay, that kind of ruined the photo, so I'm not going to use that anymore. Number 5, files in your code are case sensitive. So if you're like me, you use a lot of script calls, a lot of custom plugins, just to make extra...
This should be true no matter what you're using. Not sure why this is specifically for mobile.
Yeah.
JavaScript is case sensitive. File paths are definitely case sensitive.
RPG.
This applies to anything with RPG Maker, and also most other languages and engines, period. So, this one's not specifically just for mobile. There are some languages that are not case
No, but
sensitive.
RPG
They are
Maker
very
will
strange.
cover
They're
for
very
you
weird.
if you make a mistake.
JavaScript is not.
He probably doesn't know this because he's not dumb like me. but on desktop, the desktop deployment will, if it doesn't have the correct case, it'll search for other cases and it'll try to grab your closest working case sensitivity. So if it's a WIND dot, what is the file format? OGG, or WIND with a capital W. If you have a capital W that you're referencing in your game, it'll grab the lowercase w with the deployment. The mobile version will not do that. The mobile will only grab the case-sensitive version of the assets, and it primarily refers to assets.
For sure that all those plugins have the right case sensitivity.
And this meme image is like, excuse me, I don't really get the. I mean, I get the sentiment of it, but the practicality of it is, of course, it's case sensitive. Most languages are case sensitive, so this meme really has no. There's no point to it other than just making a joke of the fact of like typos and stuff.
When they're calling on assets, whether those be pictures or sounds or whatever, case sensitivity is very important. Capitalization is very important in your code for RPG Maker, MV, MZ. When in the
one thing that might not be case sensitive might be extensions. Maybe that's what Maui's talking about here.
No.
I know in some cases some extensions are. Some engines will look at an extension and say, we don't really care if it's capital or lowercase.
No,
They probably
RPG
just
Maker.
do like a 2 lowercase on when they're checking the file location or something. So that might be what specifically he's talking about here. But in general,
I don't think he understands.
case sensitivity is something that you have to worry about no matter what you're doing.
context of a mobile project. It is not, however, relevant at all for desktop projects, the desktop rendering system will find the image and it'll choose the one and prioritize the one that has closer case sensitivity.
I'm not sure this is actually true. I think what's going
It
on is
is.
that it's possible there's not like a to lowercase function for mobile, but I'm pretty sure it's using either to uppercase or to lowercase. It's not just randomly looking for file names. It's doing something specific to make file names, even if they aren't properly cased, locatable. Unless Maui went into the actual core and looked at what it was doing and saw that it's randomly picking files, and if it is, Degisa developers has some answers to make, because that's some really shitty programming. Should never ever make it, make something look for files based off of random bullcrap like that. That's just horrible coding. That's what's going on.
To what you are looking for in its own way, but mobile won't be bothered. Mobile ain't got time for that. So just make sure in your code that you're very wary of case-sensitive file names and case-sensitive resources, because RPG Maker's mobile deployment is much more strict. This is something that would be good to have on desktop anyway, but will break your game on mobile. I, in general, tend to make all of my assets just lowercase across the board and not capitalize anything. That, for me, has been a decent way to kind of offset the possibility.
So deployment. What about the deployer would cause that? Because it shouldn't matter, The deployer is just packaging files. It's not like linking things together. So it shouldn't really matter. It's not the deployment that's doing it. It's the underlying code in the engine. I think Maui's got a couple things mixed up here. Or he knows something I don't. But I'm pretty sure that all the deployer is doing is just packaging stuff into the game folder. So it's not actually actively doing anything after you've deployed something. And it's not changing file names either. It's just taking what you have, copying it to another folder with all the other stuff, building in the...
No, okay. So what I think he doesn't get is that the mobile deployment is much closer to like a normal application, where normal RPG Maker games are WebGL. So when you're acquiring assets, it's not case sensitive in the same way that searching for a website is not case sensitive. However, in the mobile game, it is case sensitive. So deploying from MV or MZ, not MV, the game is basically a web page. So the when it grabs an asset, it'll grab it as long as it matches. It uses the standards of URLs. It doesn't use the standards of JavaScript necessarily, because it uses like file name addresses and stuff. So those are not case sensitive, and it will prioritize the correct case in that context. But it will not, if a file is the incorrect case, it'll grab another file that has a closed case to it. In the same way, if you, for example, have say the name of my website is Maui Game Studio, right? Like this still works. It just auto forwards me to the actual Maui Game Studio, right? It doesn't care that my my case sensitivity is wrong. So I can do it like all crazy, like Maui Game C, and it'll still work. And the WebGL version of the game, which is basically what the other games are, it's the same thing. So now watching this, I didn't realize, a lot of people, they saw me saying that the JavaScript was like case sensitive. I think what they think is I meant that the JavaScript is only case sensitive in certain contexts, and that's not true. I was mainly pertaining to like assets, right? So if certain assets are required, it'll grab the asset in your desktop or your WebGL version, or like Windows, Mac, WebGL. It'll still find the asset that you need if you don't have your case sensitivity on lock, but it will not do that on mobile. And it's primarily because the container is not structured as similarly as to a browser as it is on the desktop version.
The index and the game executable, and that's all it's doing. It's not renaming things. It's not changing anything you have in the coding.
So by saying deployment,
Kind of file
what I mean more specifically is when it's on that platform. I'm not saying that in the process of deployment it changes something. I'm saying that when it's on your phone, in like an APK or an AAB file or whatever the Mac iOS one is, then that is, yeah.
are happening as a process in the engine itself or the plugin itself, not through anything else. So, I think Maui's a little bit off base at this part of this.
Not.
That'll accidentally mess up with something as trivial as capitalization. So watch out for that. Watch out for capital assets. Watch out for lowercase assets. Everything is case sensitive. Number six, watch out for image size.
Yeah, this is the biggest other thing here. So this number is not really a real number. 2,000 pixels is not an actual limitation. It's not a real thing.
He's right.
What's the real limitation is it's whatever your hardware can support. So
No, he's wrong.
The WebGL and OpenGL
He's wrong.
is that there's a hard-coded limiter that, depending on what hardware you have, it limits the height and width of the size of image you can use. I ran into this when I was working on the Codex plugin, making the adaptations from Yanfly's Quest plugin, where they have like a scrolling window to make that work for my plugin for the Codex plugin. So I could scroll through large, allow players to scroll through large text blocks for the lore, or also then just for the regular information along there. And what I ended up finding was that if you made an image, so essentially when you're putting text on the screen, you're making it into an image. Everything you see in RPG Maker is an image. There's no actual text being shown, it's kind of an interesting feat, because when you have like a text box that's loading character by character, it's actually updating an image. It is very inefficient. I don't know why they chose to do it that way. Probably because they're trying to support mobile, which is a mistake. I would say it's actually it's a flaw, if you ask me. They should have made a specific version of RPG Maker for mobile, as opposed to trying to make MV and MZ also have mobile deployments. Because when you do that, you have to write the entire engine.
Or they could just make it so that when you deploy to web or whatever, it uses a different set of restrictions.
To work fundamentally to work with that kind of environment. Now you can absolutely do stuff that's not mobile friendly in RPG Maker, MV and MZ, but at the very base level, that coding is coded to work on mobile platforms, whereas they might have coded it a lot differently if it wasn't. So everything you see is displayed as an image, and if you set a image height too large, even on computer, it'll turn the window or the screen or whatever you have that's displaying that text, the contents area that's displaying that text or that image, completely black, because you've overflown the created an overflow in the variables that store that data, and it doesn't know how to process that properly. So the limit is not 2,000 pixels on a mobile device. It'll depend on the specific mobile device. So it could be 2,000 on like the latest phones. It could be 200 on an older phone. You just won't know until you actually try and do it. One of the good things, but also shitty things about iPhones and iPhone development is that you don't really have to worry about that so much. Apple intentionally obsoletes older technology by either including new things or by just limiting it through actual hardware coding. Devices of a certain age from being able to run any apps. It's not a hardware limitation. It's a designed thing that they choose to do because they're Apple, and they somehow have not been had their ass sued to orbit for this stuff. I mean, frankly, what they do is probably illegal in many countries. Definitely in the EU. If somebody were to bring a case against them in the EU for manufactured obsolescence of their hardware, they'd probably lose that case pretty easily. Apple being they in that sense. They tried to bring that suit in America. The person bringing the suit would probably lose because America is a hellish corporate wasteland for those kinds of issues. Yo, newbie. What's up? Thank you for the 22-month resub. Holy shit. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good, what's it over there for you now? Like late evening? Maybe night? Yeah, it's like, what? Almost like 1 over there, something like that? Midnight? So I guess it would be night for you. But I don't know what happens with Apple, with Android in that regard, so be aware. This 2000 number isn't real.
By image size, I mean the actual resolution of the image, not the file size.
630, damn.
Images in RPG Maker for mobile deployments cannot be either 2,000 pixels tall or 2,000 pixels wide.
Tonight is an irresponsible night. I actually had a non-irresponsible night after having 3 irresponsible weeks, so definitely feel the mood. Sure, putting down there.
Wide. Either one will break your game, and both will definitely break your game. So all of your assets have to be broken up into usable
10,000 pixel
sections that
Peter
are
Griffin.
smaller than that. The image will not render. Many plugins rely on huge images, so those plugins will not work. And you have to either find a way to edit
got
the plugin,
the
just find some workaround.
got the scythe out. It's about that time of year.
Me, for example, I found issues with this primarily in my icons file, because the icons file can be pretty big because it holds like thousands of icons.
This is true. If you have a large icon file, you'll need to figure out some way to handle that because on mobile you have that limitation. And that's the other thing about how RPG Maker works is that since it's all sprite based, you'll have to, especially for the system stuff where it's all like you have to put in the same file. For like character sprites and stuff, you can break it up into how many files you want to. For like the icon file or the window file or any of the other system image files, you're kind of over a barrel with that. Yep, getting kind of close to Halloween.
I wish I could see his chat.
And I also found an issue with this in many of my battler sprites, my enemy sprites. Some of the bosses are really big and would go just over the minimum size of 2,000 pixels wide. So I had to go ahead and find a different way to implement those animations that I wanted. I ended up using a skeletal animation system called Dragon Bones, which we can talk more about. If you want me to make a video about that, let me know in the comments. Skeletal animation is really useful, and you can get a lot of smoother animations than come kind of stock out of RPG Maker, and it's also just much more optimized. You can have a much smaller file size and do a lot more with a lot less, which is a great plus for the mobile games. Just make sure you watch out for your image resolution. It's ironic because the file size is irrelevant, so you don't need to worry about that, but you do need very much to worry about the actual resolution of the image. Number 7, watch out for plugins. Many plugins that work in RPG Maker on desktop.
This is true. I've got
Nice face.
such weird pauses throughout this video so far. But this face right here is how you should think of plugins when you're trying to make a mobile RPG Maker game. Don't trust them, which means that again you're facing another limitation. And it's probably another good reason why RPG Maker games should not be released on mobile ever. Unless you have a crap ton of time to make them compatible.
Yeah.
And even though I have that amount of time, I'm not going to use it because releasing a game on mobile usually means you're making it an inferior product to what you're releasing elsewhere. So there's no real value in doing that other than just to make a few extra bucks.
For a lot of
So
hours.
If you wonder what my stance on mobile gaming is, it's mobile gaming is for idle games, gacha games, and those kinds of predatory games. You can maybe make a game on certain engines that's an actual real game on mobile, but for the most part, you'll end up with things like Call of Duty Mobile, which is just looks like crap, plays like crap, and there's no reason for it to exist. Yeah, see, newbies catching what I'm throwing down. One of the few holidays that I wish was more prevalent in the Netherlands. Oh, interesting. So Halloween is not a commonly celebrated, but yes. But there's like maybe 5. In the history of mobile gaming, there's maybe 5 games that are actually good. To the apps. App manifest, I guess, is the best way to put it. Into Xcode, and you have to update your games or other applications to set that setting, those new settings, and then update your program or app. The App Store will essentially nuke your project out of it. So it's one way they actually remove projects that are old but would otherwise still run. Like Infinity Blade was working just fine until they added some setting that the devs were no longer run to actually set to make work. And so you can't get Infinity Blade without jailbreaking your phones anymore, which is kind of trash. But that's just how Apple works. Oh, it's Halloween, and that's the extent of it. Some Halloween parties that happen, though, that's about it. You don't have like a whole entire... It's kind of funny when you think about it. Like, in a capitalist society, all holidays are monetized.
Yep.
All of the traditions that we have around these holidays and stuff have been set up and like drilled into us to make us go out and spend money. RPG Maker game without using plugins because RPG Maker is just that limited of an engine, and a lot of plugins aren't going to work very easily or very well on mobile. So unless you are a coder and can modify the plugins, make your own that work on mobile, you're kind of up shit creek without a paddle. So yeah. That's specifically for RPG Maker. Like with Unity, you probably can make a decent game if you put a lot of effort into making sure that you... it just doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense. That's what it really comes down to.
Do not work on mobile, and this is just a reality. If you're not a programmer, my general advice is just to maybe not...
Kids make a lantern and go door to door and sing. Different origin. Actually celebrated in October.
Man, I didn't realize he was going to watch my videos for so long. Like, I don't know if I can get through all of this.
To find out, then.
Not use plugins as much as possible. If you are a decent programmer, you can use the plugins, but make sure you understand what the heck is going on under the hood. Make sure you understand the engineering of those plugins. People often come to my game and they're surprised that I use so many plugins and that my game is not like a big dumpster fire that...
This is another thing. People don't realize how many plugins you need to use to make RPG Maker an actual decent engine. It's pretty high. My game, Legend of MLR, is using currently about 80 plugins.
80?
Most of those are Yanfly plugins. Yanfly is like a prolific...
I think that's more than me.
RPG Maker MV plugin developer that essentially rewrote the engine and pretty much anyway, rewrote the engine and made it do a lot of extra stuff and interesting stuff. So I have 80 plugins from about 65 to 70 plugins from Yanfly. At least 100, 110 plugins for my game. Any kind of decent length, like it'll be really limited, but if you can write a good enough story, it's interesting enough. they don't result in
Thank you.
events that are massively huge that have all kinds of weird coding and stuff in them.
Pick your poison.
If I end up making the documentary, best I can do is put you in the credits. The game engineer you're working with is pissing you off. She's like, chuck it out a window. That'll work.
I just realized he has a scythe in the background. It's awesome.
Something is crashing. And the reason for that is because I understand, for the most part, what is going on inside of my plugins. Whether I made that code myself, had somebody help me with it, or if I just got it off of an open source set up on the internet. You know, I do kind of have a grip on the general idea of what the plugin is doing, and that allows me
Get a plug out for the old one.
And I can also foresee problems. It's very common for me to either edit plugins if it's okay with the developer, or create a add-on plugin that will kind of fix the issues that that plugin would have normally by itself. But in general, if you're kind of more of a beginner, I would say just try to avoid using plugins, because, you know, with great power comes...
So, let's talk about beginner stuff. This is actually turning into a huge section of the stream, but might not have as much to talk about on the other videos as this one. So, starting developers, absolutely ignore plugins. Don't use them at the beginning. Learn the engine. Learn what you can do with it. Then once you know what you can do with it, what you can't do with it, start looking for plugins.
Agree?
I would say start looking for them. Don't start making your game, but like think about features you want to put into a hypothetical game. Go find plugins that do those things, and put them into a test project. Mess around with them, figure them out. You rarely should take a plugin that you just found online, stick it into your game, and just go on making the game without understanding how the plugin works, what you can do with it. Because one, there may be some limitations you don't know about, or some conflicts with stuff that you don't know about. Maybe that plugin later on down the line you need to have another one for a specific thing, and that plugin you got all that time ago conflicts with it, and you can't fix that. And now you have to say, okay, I need this thing for this feature of my game, which is critical to the game. But this plugin I've had since the beginning that does XYZ can't be replaced, and would take too much time to replace, even if I did, because I have to change all this other stuff. So understanding, and again, there's always going to be that possibility as you're working on a game, because you'll think of new stuff to put into it, new mechanics. But being aware of that while thinking about those things, that, oh, this might have a problem with this because of whatever the plugin help text says, it could be a conflict with it. It's good thing to kind of be able to have. So yeah, first time working with Arbitrary Maker, just make a test project, do stuff in it, mess around with the engine, get a couple plugins to mess around with those. And then when you start making a game, make sure that you're always testing the plugins that you're getting. I mean, one, make sure they work, because not all plugins work. Just because something is publicly released doesn't mean it works anymore. There are a lot of plugins that won't function in newer versions of NB because they're made for earlier versions that now the code that they use to do things potentially has been changed.
Or they use an earlier version of Pixie or NW.js, or they don't work with modern WebGL like standards. It's not just MV itself.
It's no longer compatible. Or there might just be stuff that plugin does that may conflict with all kinds of things because of what it is, like a battle system plugin. But back, I'm really urged to pet a cat. Gotta go find one of the game system. Another important thing to think about when you're like, oh, I want to have an ATB system. Well, okay, fine, but then you're gonna have to trade that off with not having many other plugins that change things around battle skills or stuff like that, because
MZ has a ATB system built in, so you could just use MZ if that's something you want. I don't really like ATB. I think it made sense in the 90s when you sat down at a game and you were like, that's what you're doing when you're playing. I don't really design my games that way anymore. I do design them to be snappy and responsive and fast, but as far as punishing you for not sitting there and being ready for when the bar is up, I didn't really want that to be part of my mechanics. So
Not going to be compatible with that massive overhauls to work with this core thing that you're changing out for this ATB system. So it's really important to know what your plugins do, how they work, what they're compatible with, what they're not compatible with, especially the not compatible with, and then being able to like think ahead in the future of what you might want to do, or think back of what you have put into your game and think and realize, oh, this might not work with this because of whatever, and not kind of box yourself into a situation where you want to have this thing because it would be really cool to add, but then it won't work with some other part of your game that's now a significant portion of the work you've done on the game. And to make it work with the thing you have would take lots of time. I'm pretty sure there's more than one case where that kind of scenario has caused a game. And it, yeah. Find out something about their game that they made up to this point that is not compatible with something they want to do, and now they either have to not do that thing they want to do, or they have to redo lots of things they've already done. And I would not be surprised if that's actually a significant source of burnout for RPG Maker games, game devs. So this is a very important point for any RPG Maker game project, not just mobile.
It's great responsibility, and the plugins are very powerful, and if you're not really ready to shoulder that responsibility...
Maui, plugins are not nukes. I mean, they potentially can be, but they're not going to crash a system. So you don't have to be that responsible with them. That said, they can crash your game, so you have to be a little bit responsible.
he's funny.
Maybe just don't use them. Number 8, there's no dev tools in your mobile testing.
Is this true?
He told me that
I'm actually thinking this is not true.
he doesn't think
I'm
this
just
is
thinking
true.
Maui hasn't actually found them. At least for Xcode, I think this isn't true. I think there's a way to, well, for sure on like desktop, you can actually put Chrome into like a mobile mode. But I'm not sure like how representative that is in actual things. But like there are simulation modes for Xcode you can use to simulate the phone environment, and then from there you should be able to put in breakpoints and into your code files and stuff. I'm not sure if Xcode can break into JS files. I know it can Objective-C, I know it can do that.
Can't break into APKs or whatever the proprietary format is for iOS.
A common enough thing in mobile app development and just mobile development in general, but there should be a way to debug that. You just have to find the right tools.
It's possible. I've
So
been
I think
looking.
Maui, I think this is a asteriskable point here.
Again, there are no dev tools in your mobile testing. If you don't know what dev tools are, if you push F8 when you test your game, it'll pop up the developer console.
Yeah, and the developer console is just part of Chrome or whatever whatever browser your default browser is, because even on desktop, RPG Maker runs on a web context, so it's running on whatever your default browser is. Which is why saying that there are no dev tools is kind of misleading, because there probably are some dev tools somewhere in the world of iOS or Android development for
Fair.
stuff.
Maybe I was a bit overly
I don't-
hyperbolic.
so-
He's right.
The other thing is, like, would it then break into... So you'd be simulating it, would you be able to break into the files as a running... I don't know. But saying it's asteriskable, I'm
Kind
not
of
sure if it's entirely true.
What I definitely meant,
I do think...
and now
Are
listening
the-
to him say this, I should be more careful about the way I phrase it, but what I meant is that you don't have access do RPG makers dev tools? And that's significant in the sense that you do have access to them for desktop. And a lot of things that don't break on your mobile game will break, or a lot of things will break on your mobile game that won't break on your desktop. So testing it in on your PC or your Mac, it doesn't tell you whether or not it will work.
Tools you can find. Well, they work for RPG Maker. I don't know.
Now, what this thing does is it helps you. It helps you find bugs. It helps.
I would hope it helps you. I would hope it doesn't smack you in the face and then destroy your computer. That'd be bad.
I never thought someone would listen to me, so
But
it's quite flattering, but it's also...
it doesn't really help you. DevTools can also screw you. Because as you're working through things, it tells you what bugs there are. You have a lot of bugs that you have to work through. It's not really so much helping you as it is...
it can also screw you.
Yeah,
He's right. LMP Games right again.
becoming a masochist torture device from hell as you are debugging stuff.
I really
helps you
dig
see what
his
your
sense of
variables,
humor,
your
man.
objects,
It's so
whatever it is
dry.
you're doing, you can call on
It's so, like,
functions,
dramatic.
You can call on switches. You can call on strings and booleans and yada yada yada. You can find out what's happening in your game. Now, you cannot use this tool while testing on mobile. So often, if your mobile game crashes, you will have no idea what in the actual flip is going on with your game. And because of that, it's much harder to diagnose issues. So you will be...
That's generally true of all mobile development, actually. Mobile testing on a mobile device.
Yes.
Because, again, you're limited to certain things, which is why mobile testing on a development system is one of the things that's like really kind of advanced for mobile application dev. Why you have all these really advanced simulators for iOS and Android built into like the dev tools that they have for those. To the best of my knowledge, Maui didn't actually. Well, you don't even have to, right? Go through and like write a program to then pop ArchMaker MV stuff or MZ stuff into. The deployment is supposed to do that itself in some magical way. So I don't think Maui has like the full context for this. But it is true that on mobile testing, if you're testing on a mobile device, good luck because you're going to be very hard pressed to get stuff to work out in that regard. You really have to be testing it from within, and this is kind of one of the other downsides to RPG Maker for mobile is that it's not really designed for mobile, just in general. Which again, I'm going to say it again, is why I don't understand why Digicet made mobile a targetable deployment type platform, because everything about RPG Maker doesn't really make sense to be put onto a mobile device. Other than that, it makes really low requirement games generally. Everything else about it is really hostile to mobile. And this is another aspect of the development side of that, where unless you're developing a game specifically for mobile environments, testing on a desktop environment is not going to probably catch everything that can happen. I mean, it should. You shouldn't run into situations where mobile things don't work. And they do work on desktop unless it's like related to specific limitations. And it's a little bit different for RPG Maker because of like the fact that OpenGL is a lot different on mobile and Pixie is different on mobile from desktop.
Yep.
But in general, app development terms, it shouldn't be the case where something runs on desktop and doesn't run on mobile. If you're making something specifically for mobile.
Yes, he's right. If it runs on mobile, it'll always run on desktop pretty much. And
So yeah, this is-
the exception of that would be with inputs, because inputs are different. But other than that, I haven't really seen anything that works on mobile that doesn't work on desktop. Yeah, because the way my game specifically detects like release for buttons is different on my mobile game than it is on the desktop. So there is some incompatibility there, but I just don't use that plugin on my desktop, so it works, no biggie.
This whole topic here is kind of like a huge gray area of like maybe possible, could also possibly be crap. Maui not talking about stuff Maui talking about stuff he doesn't really have the proper context for, and with the whole huge mountain of salt, because it does sound plausible that this stuff could also be true.
Be able to diagnose the issues while testing the game on your desktop, but then when you translate it over to mobile, if there's an issue, the only things you can really look at are when and how the crash happened.
And again, this is something specific to RPG Maker, I think, because most of the time you're able to test stuff in simulation. RPG Maker is kind of a bit of a different beast because I'm pretty sure it makes its own like package or something that you can then upload to the App Store. You don't have to. I don't think you have to create an app and then make app coding around it. And I've never released a game on mobile with RPG Maker, so I have no clue exactly how it would work. But like, even if you do that, the shell of what you're building is fine. But then like the inner parts of it, the RPG Maker stuff, may or may not be able to be like debugged within the simulator for whatever reason. Which is why I think that RPG Maker Unite, while it's an interesting idea, is going to ultimately fail, because
I agree.
that same problem. You're putting RPG Maker into Unity, and essentially it's just making a wrapper that imports RPG Maker into Unity. It doesn't actually make RPG Maker into a Unity app. So you're basically taking all the crap from RPG Maker and you're importing it into Unity, expecting Unity to make that better, but all the underlying crap is still there. Which I think is why Unite's going to be a huge failure, in my opinion.
I agree.
Judges
it
are
is
not
too.
taking the time to actually do it the right way. They're doing it the fast way to try and make a buck off of people that are hoping that Unite is going to be good. I don't think it's good. I think Unite's going to be terrible.
I think it's going to be a disaster too. To hear my honest opinion. Why would you want that? Why does anybody want
just
that?
because.
I feel like, why don't you just use Unity?
So if this was a real thing, if Unite was a real project they were working on, what they should do is they should write the entire engine in C#, and then make the engine an importable app or whatever the hell they call it, extension, whatever they call
Of
it,
Unity.
the
Yep.
Unity store. They can then import into Unity and then use to make a game.
Yeah.
Instead, what it seems like they're
It's
doing
crazy
is they're
because,
importing the editor.
like, if you look in the RPG Maker community, you have somebody who I deeply respect, like LMP, even though he says I'm making mistakes in my videos. And then I look at some of the people who are like prominent RPG Maker creators, right? And as much as LMP will say that I'm wrong about this, and some of the stuff he's actually right. I'm straight up, I'm wrong. Some of it, it's just like he doesn't know a couple things about the specific Android experience, and I maybe phrased it in a way that was too general. And a lot of the stuff that I said, I needed to be more specific, but I'm not super concerned about being literally correct in that kind of universal sense. More, I think that the points are all very helpful, irregardless, but his criticisms of them are not ones that are going to cause people to have problems, you know? So his personality is one where he's focused very much on the literal, the truth being accurate 100% of the time. And my goal with like my video, for example, is presenting things to people that will help them, right? And being accurate and helping somebody are vastly different things, right? And while I do try to not be full of shit, if I tell somebody something like keep your images below 2000 to 2000, when you're making your game, that will generally hugely help them. So if they start a project and they make that a rule in their game, that'll help them tremendously. Now, whether or not that specific limit is 2000, it is actually for Android specifically 2048. I just said 2000 because it was easier to remember. But if that is a specific requirement, and based on what he said in the video, it's not a limitation in iOS, which is interesting, but in Android it is. You cannot, the Android OpenGLS will not render images larger than 2000 by 48 pixels, right? Which is something he didn't know, and it's fine. Well, why would he know that? He's not really done Android app development. But it's true that some phones will not be able to take even images that are smaller. And in some very specific instances, you could actually find phones that can take bigger images. It's not so much in Android, but definitely in iOS. That being said, if they make that a general rule going into their project, and they get to their project and they work on it for 3 years, and then they suddenly decide that that's not a requirement for their iOS project. And even in the beginning of the video, I did say that this is more geared towards Android projects, not so much iOS projects, even though all of these things, if you follow these general ideas, they will be helpful. So I do feel that the video is extremely helpful to somebody who is interested in making a mobile project. As far as the dev tools goes, he's right. Me saying that, there's no dev tools for mobile testing that you can use with an RPG Maker project, I definitely overstepped with that. But contextually speaking, what I was trying to say is that you can't use the RPG Maker MZ built-in dev tools. And I think that it's very clear that that's what I'm saying. So it's interesting that, again, I'm not as literal of a person. The thing that I'm trying to communicate is that it's much easier to debug a desktop version of an RPG Maker game, which it most certainly is. And he has no debate about that. But it does tend to reason, and it's good to hear criticism, because I definitely need people within my community. I need to be in his community, and I need people who will tell me, that something is not necessarily technically accurate. And it is. He's 100% right. For me to say no dev tools in mobile testing is definitely technically accurate. But at the same time, I would say in response that it's definitely helpful to think about this either way. It could be not helpful in the sense that maybe somebody might be able to find a dev tools tester. But if they're at the point where they were doing that, I feel like they could figure that out already. So it wouldn't be something that they would need to know. But it's true that they should definitely look into. They're definitely going to they have to anticipate having it be difficult to debug their game. And it most certainly will be. And that's what I'm saying. And that's kind of the point. And I feel like I make that point, and I feel like it's useful, and I feel like it'll be helpful. So, as far as YouTube videos go, I still give myself a pretty good grade for accuracy.
Itself, written in JavaScript as like an executable, so that it can be injected into the editor for Unity, and then you use certain aspects
still
of
going off on
the game, but it's still generally being made like an RPG Maker game is made. It's not fundamentally changing what RPG Maker is. It's just adapting it to run in Unity, and leverage some components of Unity, as opposed to entirely leveraging all of Unity and cutting away all the crap that RPG Maker does that Unity now can do instead of it, in place of it. See, I do not have any faith that Unite's going to be anything other than a dumpster fire.
So you can look at when it happened and see what's going on and go look at that part of your game and find out what happened. But you can't see the specific information about the crash. On occasion, there will be a screen that shows what particular asset is missing or if something is undefined. But you still have way less resources to debug in mobile.
Yep.
So just be prepared to put in extra hours.
That is true. Debugging on mobile is a pain in the ass. If you're doing it on the actual device, don't do it. That's why they have the simulators for you to do that. But again, for RPG,
The simulators though don't totally do everything. Like it's never going to be the same as having it on an actual device. So I would say if you're developing for mobile, like you wanna, and it's a game, you know, and you're using a lot of unique approaches to things, put that thing on a device and see how it feels and how it runs. You gotta stay in touch with what the end user is interacting with. So it is great to use emulators and simulators and all that, but you do need to use the device too. So, it's, and I think we both would agree with that. If we did have any debate on the issue, it would be more a matter of how much of it should be on the emulation, how much of it should be on the end. I probably would be more on the side of having more of your testing be on the end user device, or one of them, because on Android there's like a bajillion, and it sounds like he is, and he's probably right to an extent, but yeah, definitely we would both agree that there's far less tools if you're developing for mobile than for desktop.
it's like that where it's running in a sense of its own context, either within an app or on the actual device. And it'd be very difficult to find some tool to run to debug that thing. And in fact, it may be impossible to do because of how resource partitioning works on mobile devices. Have you ever had something opened, then switched to some other app, and then went back to the other thing? It kind of reloads.
Mm-hmm.
That's because when an app on mobile loses focus, it basically will vacate all the memory assigned to that app. It'll keep some parts of it in memory so it can still run in the background, or at least still be open in the background, but then it reloads everything. And if it's like a game that you like if you're playing like just a general mobile game and you are doing something, you swipe out of it and go back into it, it starts all over from the beginning again, instead of taking you back to the last screen you're on. That's why. And
my game tends not to do that for
because of
whatever
that
reason.
feature, for the sake of performance of the phone and not killing the battery life, debugging something like RPG Maker in real time on a phone may not even be possible to do. It might be something strictly reserved or strictly relegated to doing it like in a development app development environment, like on Xcode or whatever, and Android users use to make stuff. At C#, so I'm guessing it's just like Visual Studio or whatever other C# IDEs there are. But I don't know if Android has like a specific one that they've actually made for people to use.
Android
like
Studio.
Xcode is for iOS.
Debugging your game, because it's going to come up with things that you are not going to have an easy time finding. And it would not be absurd or out of the question for me to eliminate an entire scene because I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it in the past. That's something I've definitely done. So be prepared to make big sacrifices in order to get your mobile game to work. Number 9, getting on the Google Play Store is complex, and getting on the iOS App Store is even worse.
I think the iOS store is mainly because Maui doesn't have his own iOS development account. He was working with Monkey King to get his a test version of his game onto Monkey King's iOS development account, and you have to do specific things to do that. Like you have to have provisional certifications. You have to have different licenses that you have to install based on various things. There's a little bit of additional setup you have to do, and Maui's having like a really hard time getting all that to work properly, or I should say Monkey King was. I think Maui is doing. Maui's actually. I even commented was just watching Monkey King do stuff or listening to Monkey King do things. So that part of it's also very true. It can be very hard to get stuff on if you're not familiar with how it all works. First time I ever got went to put something on the iOS store for testing it as like God, what is the app called? Test Flight. So it can be used on test flight. I had to go through, I think, 18 or 19 different attempts because of all the weird crap you have to do.
So just be prepared. Those things are going to take a lot of time. They're going to make you jump through a lot of hoops, and they're going to make you use a lot.
The one thing about that is, as far as I know, the Google Play Store has very strict requirements to put stuff on it. Like, they actually will go through and, like, scan your project for certain things and have somebody review the app. And the App Store, they don't really care as long as you meet certain specific requirements, like all the required settings on the application manifest are set, and you have certain.
What he's saying is true, but mostly the App Store, from what I've gathered and I've observed, is a lot of the Play Store ways they filter out like bad apps is through like basically algorithms and whatever, you know, like they'll just scan it. The Apple Store tends to have actual Q&A or whatever you want to call them, but there's actually people there who kind of look at the games and will even play them. So furthermore, there's also the financial barrier that he put in, that he mentioned. $200 is not a big deal. $200 per year for most development endeavors, for most applications. But you know, for me, it's not so much that it's out of range in any way, shape, or form. But I'm not even going to try to apply until I'm like a lot further along than I am now.
Things that are there, that are required to be there. But it sounds like the Google Play Store is way more restrictive than the App Store.
It's more technically restrictive.
You wouldn't use otherwise, and it's just going to be a mess. So just be prepared for that, because I don't know if you're prepared. I don't know if you're prepared because it's going to be hard. So I don't know. I'm looking at you right now. You might not be prepared. Are you prepared? Because it's a lot of work getting that app on there. This is the 10th and final thing.
I should say you are not prepared.
I want to say the Google.
This whole video sounds like a giant mobile development RPG Maker game thing shitpost. Like, here are all the things that you have to be aware of. Now, don't make a game on because of all these things.
I didn't really mean it like that, but it's kind of true what he's saying.
I would agree with that sentiment. Just don't make RPG Maker mobile games.
Google and iOS APIs for Android and iOS devices in regards to RPG Maker specifically are non-existent. The community,
yes and no. So I mean, a lot of the stuff is like just it interfaces, without any work. Like the touch input system is, it is what it is. I mean, you touch the screen. RPG Maker has touch input.
I was more talking about API interaction, but
class that detects
not
that
touchscreen.
kind of stuff.
Although touchscreen is abysmal, it's there though.
Support like detecting a swipe versus a tap or a double tap or what have you. That stuff you have to like code in yourself or find a repo that has that capability to be added in. But I'm suspecting he's talking more about like opening stuff up through like a plugin, like a file or something. Because now he like deals with like he has this
hey, what's up?
He uses to preload audio.
What's up, Radia's Revenge?
Skip sometimes when you first open up a map or play a song.
I'm just watching a video of a guy reacting to my video. It's pretty narcissistic, I know, but whatever. He's making some good points.
And I can see how that could maybe be an issue because the way that you access files through iOS or through mobile projects is way different than like just a standard desktop application. Because the application is packaged in a certain way, the files are stored in a different location, and the application has to be able to go through that.
RPG Maker game, how did it go? Did you like it? It's actually quite good so far. Oh wow, maybe I'll check it out. When is your next stream?
I'll chain to find what it's looking for, and if the plugin isn't designed to do that, especially in RPG Maker, you can have a pretty big problem on your hands.
is not engaged with this topic whatsoever. So you
And they're not going to be.
have to go outside outside of the RPG Maker community at the time of this video.
Because most RPG Maker devs realize that mobile is not the proper platform for RPG Maker games, even though Genesis seems to think that it can be supported. I would just say, if you're thinking about making an RPG Maker game for mobile, don't.
It's so funny that I didn't mean for it to be such a downer, but I guess it is.
About making your existing RPG Maker game work on mobile, don't. If we're talking about like Switch or some other mobile gaming console, then yeah, that can be done pretty easily. But like for mobile phones, mobile devices, actual mobile stuff, no, just don't. Make it in some other engine, or just don't make it at all for mobile. Period, because chances are the game you're making is not going to be good. Then maybe a game that does well on gaming going to do very well on mobile.
Maybe after I made this, people made some stuff, but right now there's like nothing. So if you want to learn how to do advertising or cloud saves or achievements, you're gonna have to have some vast programming knowledge. All of those things that we kind of take for granted in other engines, there's nothing. There's nothing for you here.
Very true. I said it earlier, and probably multiple times actually, but RPG Maker is a very limited engine. That's good for a couple of reasons. One, it's good because it allows people that are new to game development to come in and like build something and get used to or exposed to it, and they can get an idea they have out and get feedback on it and work with that and some of their engine or in RPG Maker to make it better. Or it's a way to help you learn coding because you have to go through and modify so much stuff. Or if you already know coding, it allows you to go through and it gives you a challenge to kind of work towards to make something that is unique, that really sets your game apart from other.
Will you tag me in your Discord if I want to try it? Maybe. I might. I don't really play games anymore. I feel like I don't have the time, but I do enjoy watching other people play games, which is why I might come check your thing out. Which is why, generally I do watch your channels because I like seeing what you're playing and then I get inspired by it for my game dev projects, but I generally don't play games anymore. That's kind of where I'm at these days.
Maker games. Some of the most celebrated RPG Maker games are that way because they took the engine and did stuff with it that people thought you couldn't do with RPG Maker. Like Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass, or Amori, or things that people are doing now with RPG Maker 2003 that are really insane.
Yeah. Guys are doing like these crazy stuff with RPG Maker 2003 that, are making the MZ games look like old.
Any RPG Maker game that comes out that does stuff that really subverts expectations of what the engine can do, it's going to do well. Well, assuming all the other parts of the game are good, and it's a good game. That extra little bit will push it a mile and a half further than it would in other engines because it's like a holy hell, how'd they do this kind of thing sort of moment. So it's definitely, RPG Maker is definitely an engine where the more you put into it, the more exponentially you get out of it. If the game you've made is good and you have good game mechanics and good pacing and all that kind of stuff that you need to make a good game is good, then on top of that stuff you do with the engine that's new or that's been done before but it's different and better or impressive, that can add longevity to interest in your game and sales of the game on RPG Maker.
There are advantages to RPG Maker, and I love RPG Maker, but the open source stuff is not out there. So what will really work well is if you want to do an offline game that requires no kind of interaction with any kind of API, that's probably where RPG Maker shines the most.
There is actually an MMO plugin that's
yeah, but it sucks.
And actually, I think they're there's like an alpha version of it that actually works now.
I've used it. He's talking about KDs.
There could be a lot of potential with that. Could you just imagine a mobile game that's built on RPG Maker? Another good pause, by the way. Here, that'd be insane. I mean, just fundamentally thinking about it, RPG Maker game that's online multiplayer game. That's mind blowing to me because I know what RPG Maker can't do, and to make it do that, be able to do that, is nuts.
It's also not
And
existent
probably
right now.
requires, you know, the reason it's taking so long is because it takes so much coding and additional stuff to make it actually work.
Yeah. People have gotten close.
Basically, everything you need to.
But everybody
to
always
build
gets a
multiplayer
snag and
game
gives up.
has to be made from scratch because RPG Maker has none of that in it. So once that's finished and it's actually working in a released, format that anybody can use, that's going to be.
The thing is with the thing is about RPG Maker, since it is JSON files, it's actually relatively easy to do cloud saves and do an MMO. As long as you had a way to kind of edit that JSON file in like a real time type of thing instead of like doing it every time you step, right? So in some ways, setting up an online RPG Maker game, in my opinion, on desktop, in many ways would be easier than interacting with the Google and the Apple APIs on mobile.
An insane time for RPG Maker because we're going to see some really insane stuff come out of it.
If you want to do those type of functionalities, just be prepared to either hire somebody or do a lot of work and research on how to figure it out. All right. Holy cow, this was a video and a half, man. I'm tired. This is a lot. Anyway, I hope that this helps you a lot.
Right. Well, I don't know how long you took to record this. Obviously, it's going to be much longer than what this is. It's edited down, but still. I think that's a bit of a put on.
When you're setting up your project. Again, I'm going to make another video probably tomorrow or the day after about how to actually do the export. That one is going to be more of a tutorial.
Hey, Corpse.
And I'm going to talk
Let's see,
about
skip
my
around
other
this.
YouTube channel. And
Okay, yeah, so this is the end stuff. So otherwise, good video. I want to say good video.
Enjoy Cube. Here with Odd.
Some points.
Audio.
A bit shaky.
I get what he's saying now by shaky. Okay, I already talked to him about this. No. I'm actually watching his VOD from a previous stream. So I'm watching him react to my videos. It's interesting. He like corrects me in some stuff.
But there still is coding involved. That's kind of what I'm expecting for us to find here. If you figure out something to do without any scripting, any coding whatsoever, then that's kind of insane. Still super loud.
hey, what's up, guys? I'm back. It's been a little bit since my last video. Channel's growing pretty well. I think we gained like 25 subscribers since the last post, which for me is a lot. So thank you everybody for supporting me with the subscriptions. By the way, if you are not subscribed to this channel, which according to my statistics, about 95% of you are not subscribed to this channel, please go ahead and subscribe now. So this is an RPG Maker channel. It's a game dev channel as well. Next week we have a really exciting video coming up that I've been working on for quite a bit. It's going to be about exporting your game into Android. I'm nearly finished setting up the Android version of my game, and I'll probably be deploying it on Google Play.
Skip.
And of course there will be a link there if the video is done by the time you're watching it, which most likely is. How do you guys like my new haircut? I got the beard off and I shaved my head again. It's time for a brand new day, brand new change. Some really exciting and timed attacks where you have to push the button at a very specific time. I implemented something like this into my game very recently, and a lot of people were very impressed by it. I posted it on Reddit, and people were just like freaking out. So I'm going to go ahead and make a tutorial about it, because if people are freaking out about the GIFs that I made, they're probably going to be equally or more freaked out if I show them how to do it. So far what I've done is I created a blog talking about what to do. I want to say right off the bat that this video is not going to really be necessarily a traditional tutorial. I'm more going to talk about some of the general concepts. And in addition to that, I want you to know that this is also a very advanced feature. At first I had timed attacks in my game when I first made it, and then it was something I had to take out later. I got
Features I've been adding are mint. Yeah.
functionality, the feature through some random dude, SRD's plugin, and it worked really well. It worked great, and I was really excited about it. But unfortunately, it sometimes caused my game to crash. And that didn't happen right away. That happened as I updated my RPG Maker version. So what I did is
So here we go. So this is what I was talking about the last video. There are some plugins that when you upgrade to a certain version of RPG Maker are going to have issues, and this must be one of them. I'm sure. I'd be surprised if some random dude has not addressed that problem.
No, he
as of
hasn't.
yet. Well, then again, I wouldn't be surprised.
He
A lot
just
of the times,
officially doesn't
RPG
support them.
Plugin devs don't go back and modify stuff and release plugins because I don't know why. It seems like something you should do. If you're going to make something, you should support it no matter how long it exists. If people are using it, you should provide support for it. The thing that like grinds my gears the most is
I
to
agree.
go onto the forum and find a plugin only to realize that one, either the plugin link is gone because the
Website's down.
developer took their GitHub offline and like removed all their stuff, or there's like an obvious problem with it that people have pointed out for multiple months, and there's been no updates about what's going on with it. So I'm kind of guilty of that one because I'm not working on my plugins full time.
Yeah, it's a thing with plugins. By the way, Corpse Jack, my brother's great. It was great seeing him. I'm tired. I got really tired. My family makes me tired because I try really hard to make sure that, you know, I'm on my best behavior. I guess. I don't know. They would be like surprised if I told you that, but I really do. I try not to get in any fights with them or argue with them, and just make sure they know that I appreciate them being there and stuff. So, but if you know my personality, I'm not very good at being careful about what I say and stuff. So, or, you know, being attentive when I'm not necessarily interested in something, or I don't know, you know. But if you care about somebody, you'll make the effort beyond what is a bare reaction, you know. And I think that that's the way to be. And families definitely make you uncomfortable, you know. That's part of the deal. So it's like it's part of the deal. So you gotta, that uncomfort does create more tiredness.
It's not until recently. We're working on the Codex plugin stuff for quite a while, and then the game before that. But like just like devs that have like just like up and disappeared and left their stuff around, or removed everything, and there's not really any other plugins that kind of do the same thing. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah. I don't really release plugins unless I am willing to support them, and for that reason I only release super simple plugins. I don't really want to, because like Galv or Yanfly, like they don't really care if somebody can't use their stuff, right? For me though, I'm like a game dev company, so if I release like a plugin, I have to make sure that it works. So for that reason, I only release super duper like low functionality plugins that just do one thing specifically and are just very small and won't break.
Yeah, this is like that situation I was talking about last video is happening now apparently for Maui.
because I found a way to do it purely through events and script calls.
Yep. So okay, no plugins, but not no coding. Very very specific distinction.
Did I say no plugins? Did I say no coding?
For those of you who don't know what that means there's really no plugin required to use.
However, you could make a plugin. So depending on what script calls Maui's doing, and what other kinds of coding he has to do for it, you could probably easily make this into a plugin. In fact, most things, things you do through scripts and scripting in an event, probably could and should be moved into a plugin, even if it's a really small one. Especially if it's something complex, like things where you have to minify the code to make it fit into the code blocks, because you only get like 11 lines of code, and that's really not enough to do anything really complicated.
Yeah. For me, he's saying that the length of the script is what would dictate a plugin. And I think for him, using a previous version of MV, there is actually a limitation on the amount you can put in a script. For me, the thing that I look at when I'm deciding whether or not to use a plugin is whether I want it to affect the game in multiple places. So for like an ability, for example, or maybe of a specific cutscene, if I only want that script to appear there and never show up again for the rest of the game, then I'm going to definitely use an evented system. And I'm going to base it on events, and I'll use script calls without events. If I have something that needs to, like his plugin, for example, with a codex or something that edits your skills, like multiple skills, not just one skill, that is when I would say it's better to use a plugin. So for me, it's more about the instances in which the functionality appears. Like I have a plugin, for example, the one that I released is one that removes the outlines of text. And that's not something that would at all work well with a script call. It's like the absolute worst thing, because what it does is it changes the way text is drawn in the entire game. And that's all it does. So that 100% makes sense to make a plugin, even though the length of the plugin is like maybe like 40 lines, or I don't know, less. It's ridiculously small. It's less than most script calls. So for me, it's not so much script calls you should use a plugin if it's going to be shorter. It's more a matter of the script calls, I'll use them if I feel like it's isolated to very specific instances. And then I'll use plugins if it's more going to affect the game in a variety of places.
I got a couple of puzzle scripts that probably should be a plugin, as opposed to.
See, and that's something that happens. Like, if say you create a feature through an event, an evented scripted system or whatever, an event with script calls, right? And then you're like, this is good. I want to put more of these. And eventually you get to the point where like, this would have actually made more sense to do in a plugin versus in very specific events. So yeah, that happens to me too.
And this is something we actually do. I might go in and we might make this thing into a plugin and then make it work so that we can make multiple puzzles use this plugin and not have to have all this coding that we have.
Yep.
Problem with that
exactly
is
what I'm saying.
Figure out exactly how we would do that because of how I made the scripting and how the puzzle system actually works. Essentially, it's a Zelda style push puzzle. But I'll say that discussion of that for another day. Maybe when we go through and figure out how to make them into plugins, because that's something I do want to do. I think it would be very interesting to have something like that. You see a lot of plugins for things like menus and windows and message boxes and battle stuff and all that kind of things. You don't often see plugins related to puzzles. So that could be an interesting thing to kind of branch out into. Get back. Longer to your cat decided to make you their pet. Sounds like they have their human trained well.
Use timed attacks and mash attacks for this functionality in your RPG Maker MV and MZ game. You can get a little bit more out of it if you have some plugins, or if you have some JavaScript knowledge, even better. But you just don't need plugins to do it. So let's get started on talking about how to do it. First off, go into my blog.
What I'm going to know is how Maui is pulling in the input detection without using scripting, like actual hard scripting. Because you'd have to intercept the input's communication.
Yeah, in many ways, LMP is way smarter than me, which is why I really appreciate him looking at my videos.
To then do stuff with it.
Like, go look up the little tabs that you press and they come down, and just copy those. You're gonna have to recreate those yourself, and I think the process.
So what is this? Button measure charge bar. So here's the blog post. So let's see, we have the move picture, we have a loop. Check to see if button is released. Okay, yeah, so there is some hard coding in here, hard scripting in here. If input is triggered okay, then if button mash ready, it's off. Battle, let's see, battle button count plus equals 20, control variable. Less than 200, play, whatever, and then else, do something else. Then you have a move picture. Okay. So this is somewhat kind of complex, but it's more just a lot of eventing as opposed to being complicated complex.
It's not really that complicated, yeah.
I'm guessing this is controlling the gauge. Not this gauge, but the, where's the other one here? That's not showing the other one. This one. I'm guessing it's like controlling this, right? The move picture. So that's kind of interesting. Oh.
Process of doing that will be beneficial for you. That's going to be the majority of your work, is doing that. So if you can do that, I'm not going to really explain to you specifically the little things on each of those tabs that you have to do, because really that's just beyond the scope of a video. And furthermore, that's something that's just better served by the...
I would say that's not beyond the scope of a video. Maybe beyond the scope of a Maui video. Speaking of beds, I'm going to go sleep mine.
Not beyond the scope of an LMP video.
Thanks for coming by.
Oh, that's funny.
And we'll catch you later.
For context, if anybody's watching, man, LMP makes like 2-hour long tutorials that are like super thorough and like cross all the T's and dot all the I's, where I'm much more okay with like leaving gaps. But that's just funny.
Yeah, it might be beyond the scope of a Maui video, but it's not beyond the scope of a video.
I think that's hilarious.
You can find some pretty complicated topics and coding topics and how to do them on YouTube.
A better way to phrase it, I do say things in a very simplistic way for the sake of trying to get an idea across in a very short amount of time, but you can technically the scope of your video is whatever you want to make it, but what I'm saying is like a reasonable scope for a video that people will watch. Generally speaking, it's just better to consume this content through a text tutorial. You can understand it way more.
So one thing about pausing videos is you end up with like things like this.
It's making fun of my
Catch
face.
people in half a blink or looking like they're ultra drunk or something.
I look pretty jacked there.
So
This video is funny actually because I just shaved my beard and I have like, if you look around my upper lip, it's like really white and around my face too. So because I had like I had like a tan line on the edge of my beard.
the blog post itself. So just go ahead and look at that
Maybe.
blog and copy it. If you have questions, let me know in the comments or join our Discord. Now, since this isn't a step-by-step tutorial, I'm going to give you some general things to watch out for when you're trying to do this. First off, you're going to have to worry about the variables, switches, and common events that I use. Make sure that you have corresponding common events available in your project so that you'll be able to use these resources as needed. Now, in order to get this to work in your project, the script calls are probably going to be the most difficult thing you have to do.
That is true. I think Maui's built it to MZ, which is a bit different probably from MV in terms of some of the script calls. Just because they
Not
changed
for
the
these
things
ones.
are rolling on Windows.
It's
and
very
stuff
little
like that.
difference.
So, that
Lots
might be
of-
like a potential issue.
Lots of people I've had people who use MZ that, if you're at the point where you're doing these script calls, you can understand the difference.
That's going between MV and MZ.
But yeah, that could be a potential
So
problem, but it
script
hasn't
calls
been.
are JavaScript that can be executed within an event. The three ones that I think you should watch out for the most are move picture,
Yep.
10 picture,
Yep.
and play SE, which is play sound
Some
effects.
facts. Maybe.
I left a reference in my blog, and I'll leave it in the description of this video as well, to a script call reference guide.
Yeah, this is
provided by
really
Vicky Stella. Shouts out.
this is a really so I think that this is the Vigistella one. There's one that's been floating around for quite a while for RPG Maker MV. That's been super helpful as well.
Shout out to Viju Stella. I am going to talk about the three script calls that I referenced in this video, and we can take it from there. So first, move picture. That one will move your picture. I use this, for example, to move the cursor along the window that you would use in a time attack. I also
Okay.
use move picture to increase the size of the rectangle
Yeah, that's what I figured.
that I use in my button mash attack. I also use it to make the pictures appear, because when you do the show picture, which you can do with an event, you don't have to use a script call, you then have to use move picture to make it show, or to make it fade in or fade out or move or whatever. The 10 picture I use.
Well, you could still use the event for that, but it's a little bit more difficult, I would think, than just using the script call.
You can't really use this tent for some. You can't use. You have more options with the script call. But he's right. You can technically use it, but to reproduce what I did, you can't.
Essentially, what's happening with the event is you're calling that move picture function, but you're doing it through the
Like you can't, for example, put a variable in place of a size or a color of a picture, and you can do that with the script call.
plugin, the plugin command interpreter class instead of just directly calling it. So there's like a middleman between the two, and sometimes it can be kind of hard to work around that.
Used to change the color of the mash bar as it increases. The 10 picture, at least in my game, changes the mash bar from red to yellow. The play SE or play sound effects, I use this feature to play a certain sound effect, and with the script call you can actually set it to increase the pitch according to a specific variable. So as the
Okay.
bar becomes more full, the sound that is played when you push the button actually
Oh, cool.
becomes
Actually
higher
pitched it
higher
up.
pitched. So go ahead and recreate the event in your project the way I did it. And if you have any questions, go ahead and leave them in the comments now, or go check me out on Discord. So we're on the next part of our tutorial now, and what we're going to talk about.
Take a drink of something every time Maui mentions Discord. It's trying to it's a subliminal advertisement, kind of thing to get people over there.
Yeah,
Seems to be working though.
For sure.
Implementing these effects into an actual skill.
Dude, he just calls me out on
There's
everything.
really three ways to do it. The first way is to use the database and put it right in the effect.
I mean, yeah, that'd be like the way most people would probably start. So I don't even think you would need to really mention that. That's the obvious way of doing this is to go to the database.
Next area in a given skill that should be popping up on the screen now.
Yeah.
So this area that's highlighted is the effects area, and you can actually double click that and then add a common event
This might be more for the benefit of people that haven't used RPG Maker for very long. They may not know exactly all the ins
Yeah,
and outs of
it's
everything.
super beginner.
into the skill. This is probably the easiest way and what I recommend to do initially to get started. It also doesn't require any premium plugins, so it's totally free. So that's a huge benefit. And
Well, if you don't have a plugin that's free that can do it. If you're on MZ, that's probably the case because Visual Stella plugins are hella expensive because
Yeah.
there's no competition. If you are a Arbitration plugin dev, I highly recommend to get onto MZ or MZ, yeah, onto MZ and start making stuff. Even if you sell them, if you sell them for less than what Visual Stella is selling their stuff for, you'll make a lot of money because
Yeah.
people will just like go, oh, way less. Because right now, Visual Stella's kind of got a monopoly going on.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But it's not that
so they're
lucrative.
charging like extreme prices for their stuff that
Where
really
it-
it isn't really worth that. As a plugin developer, no plugin is worth $10. No plugin is worth $5 even. Maybe at the most, like if you have a really complex plugin that's like really massive in scope, maybe that's worth 5 to 10. Anything short of that's not really worth anything. Certainly.
I've bought a couple for more than that. Really worth it? Yes. But I do agree with him generally. Like, I have spent $20 on a plugin and I don't regret it. But yeah, generally speaking, you should go for cheap. One of the reasons I like being able to buy those premium plugins is I tend to just look at the code and then I can learn how to do stuff, you know? Not necessarily, and I'm not saying you copy it, you don't, but you see what they do and you learn.
Hundreds of dollars to buy like 5 or 10 plugins in a pack. Absolutely.
Let me look. Let me
I don't
let
buy
me look
into
at what I
the
bought. It's
whole-
all on itch. Let's see what I have on my account. You can see it right on my page what I've purchased. Down here, games supported by Maui Game Studio. So I got Biz as icon. Let's see this one. See if any of these are worth more than $10. That one was free. This is the one I think that is worth more. Steamworks plugin. I've bought this. I've since returned it though. Action sequence. Battle impact. These are all premium. I've spent a lot of money. I never really thought about it. $5, $8.99, $12.99. There's one. This has really affected my water. $10. Victory sequence. $5.39, $8.99, $20. Yeah, I actually returned this one though because it doesn't work really, or it didn't work with my project. Weapon Unleash. Wow, Weapon Unleash jumped down to $1. What's that High Seas one? Here, I'll share it in chat. It's just it's a tile and asset pack. It's got some nice stuff, honestly. A lot of my ships and stuff are that I have in my game are from it, so it's good. I don't regret buying it, but that's an asset pack. That's not a plugin, so that doesn't it doesn't disregard what he says. Some of these plugins were more when I bought them. No, it's not a plugin, so it's not really relevant to this discussion. I did buy this one. Oh, it looks like I still have it. I thought I returned it, but I guess I used it for a while. So this one was for the achievements on Steam integration. So yeah. Impact. This one doesn't work for mobile. Because it's some of the Pixie stuff it does with text. It requires Pixie text to work. This one too doesn't work for mobile, but I use it on my desktop version of my game. This one works on mobile, but yeah. So I guess there was one in there that's priced above $10 and one that is $10. So I mean, he's actually right. That's a good. That's a solid number. $10 is a good place to cut it off. There is one that I'm heavily debating buying. Let me show you. And I've been on the fringe of it forever. Itch.io Dragon Bones map. RPG Maker MV. This one. So this one's $18. And I've been on the cusp of buying this. Because this one allows you to use dragon bones in your map scenes. Which would be nice. I'm not going to lie. That'd be really great for me. So I think if I do make any more map sprites going forward, like from now, I'm going to see if this works. And if it does, then I'll try and use this. They shouldn't use this dragon in all their Dragon Bones marketing because it looks so stupid. This is such a lame looking enemy. Dragon Bones is a skeletal animation. It's like a skeletal animation system, so you can do skeletal animations. You ever watch Code Rad's game? His animation in Unity is all skeletal style animation. It's just basically like you have one sprite for like the arm or like the forearm, and one sprite for like the bigger part of the arm, and then one sprite for the torso, one sprite for the head, and you move them around to make the character move. Yeah, so Dragon Bones is a skeletal animation implementation for RPG that works. It's not for RPG Maker, but it works with RPG Maker MV and MZ. I really should make an RPG Maker MV video about it, so I'm actually really enjoying.
It's like, to me, that's like a capitalist concept that makes no sense. If you're doing something that's not part of a job, even if it is for a job, well, if you're doing work for a job, then maybe time is money because you're getting paid for time. But then that's a whole other concept. For plugin devs, most of them anyway, you really can't make a living off of doing it unless you're charging crazy prices. So, yeah, I generally don't buy into that anyway. No notion of that. So that's why all the plugins I make, even if they take me a year or two to make, are free. Is because they should be free. And accessible to the widest range of RPG Maker devs possible. Because in the end of the day, it's about making the RPG Maker engine work for more people, not about putting money into your pocket. That's what it should be about. But if you want to sell your plugins for some amount of money, then I'm fine with that. We just need people to bring Visual Stella down a couple pegs because they're ripping people off, in my opinion.
It's also a good way to test the common events to see if they work before you implement them into a more complex action sequence. The second way to implement a common event into your attack animations or your skills is to use the Visual Stella action sequence plugins or the Yanfly action sequence plugins. There should
The action sequence is, it's a little more complex, than going.
That's a good question, Corpse Jack. Actually, I really appreciate that question. It's totally relevant to this discussion. Am I going to sell my plugins? No, I have no intention of ever selling plugins. Primarily because really it's not my strength, and it's not even really my passion. I make plugins for my game. I make plugins because I want to make a game. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't be doing a game. So a lot of people, they do actually enjoy the plugin development aspect of RPG Maker. I think they enjoy using JavaScript and implementing stuff. It's not something I'm particularly passionate about. The reason I released a plugin for free was because I knew that it would help people, and I knew that it would be very easy to support because it was a very simple plugin and it was like no work on my part, just to go ahead and post it. And since then, I think I've had like 10,000 downloads for that one little stupid plugin, which is huge because it gives me free visibility to my itch account, which Peripherally gives me free visibility to my game project, to my social media. So for that reason, I would release a plugin, but I would never really develop plugins with the goal of selling them. He's right in saying that plugin development is not going to ever be a viable career path. I think it's fine if the market dictates that they cost more. If I was going to make an argument for using MV, I would say that's probably at the top of the list. MV has cheaper and, in my opinion, better plugins, and I honestly think it always will. I don't really think the community for MZ is ever going to really be at the place where the MV plugin developers are at, because MV didn't really make you switch. The only thing it offered is a couple animation visual benefits, which plugin developers don't, let's be honest, they don't care about anyway, right? So why would they even bother with changing engines when it's just the implementation of a 3D engine for battles? MV has better plugins before it came out before MZ. That is one of the reasons it has better plugins, but it also just like when you look at VX Ace in comparison to MV, right? There's a dramatic shift in the way the engine works. It's ultimately a new thing. Like, it's not the same thing as VX Ace. And I'm not trying to down VX Ace. I think VX Ace is a great engine. A lot of my favorite RPG Maker games are on VX Ace. But it's different. It's super different. The difference between MZ and MV is not a huge difference. Now, I'm not critical of the engine's developer, because they do need to make money somehow. So updating MV and also peripherally updating MZ along the way, I think was great. And I like MZ. I like the way they did it. I don't feel like they ripped me off in any way, shape, or form. But I will say that because there isn't a significant difference between MV and MZ, that it makes for less of a group of people jumping from MV to MZ than people did from VX Ace to MV. So like more people would abandon ship of their project, right, on VX Ace and start over in MV than is the case for people who will be willing to abandon their project to go from MV to MZ. I, for example, didn't feel any need to switch engines because there really was no necessity to do so. The benefits were not outweighing the cons. However, and for an engine going from VX Ace to MV, VX Ace, which really has no web compatibility or no hope to deploy to mobile, like, I mean, you can, but it's like crazy hard. So it's like nobody is really going to do it. It's not just about when it was released. That's all I'm saying. It's a more significant difference, and it's more worth it with previous iterations of the RPG Maker engine to upgrade. It's just not. And furthermore, if something good comes out on MZ, you can always pull it back to MV by changing the plugin around a little bit, and it's very easy to do. So anybody who's developed anything good for MZ would almost always also release it for MV, because it's just a very minimal difference to change the two.
It's a database, but it's a little bit more flexible too, especially like in terms of like how you time out when things can happen. Functionally, though, it's about the same thing as just going through the database. You just have that extra ability to add other stuff in alongside of it. So yeah.
There should be links to those in the blog. And the
What's the third way then?
The Visual Stela action sequence plugin is what you use for RPG Maker MZ. The Yanfly plugin suite or Yanfly action sequence plugins are the ones that you use for RPG Maker MV. Now, it's pretty simple if you know how to do action sequences to implement a common event into the action sequence.
Yep.
With an action sequence plugin, it's a little bit easier to put the common event exactly where you want it in
Yep.
a sequence of events within a given ability. So if you want more control over when and how it works, I would use action sequence plugins, and it's a little bit easier to do it this way than the next way. And the third and final way to implement a
is the Maui way.
common event into your action sequence or your skill is to use a pure JavaScript animation. The thing that about this is this.
Okay, I don't think Maui did this. So pure JavaScript animation. So
This is an extremely
He's gonna tear me apart, dude.
not only a very strong grasp on JavaScript, but also RPG Maker and the library that it provides itself. I think if you do know how to do this, there are tons of times.
Hey, Codemore isn't here. Let me read his message. Briefly, I'll explain that most people will see this less plugin MZ than MV is because changes to Pixie Dot in MZ are not worth the trouble to troubleshoot and recreate a plugin. Notice none of the well-known plugin developers came back after the horrible experience of making and support plugins in MV2 the first place. Yeah, I agree when it comes to rendering. So that's why a lot of the Visu Stela battle core animations, there is no MZ version. Not really. There is no MV version. You can do most of that stuff with Yanfly anyway, so you don't need it. But you're right. They don't. Yeah. Yeah. It's not worth it. But I would say it's more not worth it, Code, because there's already plugins that do it. And they're free or cheap. So, like, why would you want to buy Visu Stela's Action Core when you can spend, like, when you just can buy all of the Yanfly plugins and they do everything that it does pretty much? Yeah, it's never really been financially viable to be a RPG Maker plugin developer. So it's interesting what LMP is saying about how they should be cheaper because it's not financially viable. You could say that same thing and say, like, maybe it should be more because the people can't pay their bills who are making those plugins. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's going to be whatever it's going to be for whatever reason it's going to be. So, but yeah, you're right. A lot of those newer plugins have not really been back where it's compatible. But, and it's kind of not worth it. But also, most of those plugins, because I follow Visu Stela pretty closely, and I can reproduce anything that they can do with existing plugins pretty much, as long as it doesn't call on the rendering of the 3D engine. You're right, there are a couple pixie effects that would be a little bit of a stretch that they implement, but for the most part, I've been able to do pretty much everything on desktop, at least, that I've seen with, like, the Castix demos and the Visu Stela battle core demos. So I don't know. Start a new project in MZ. Not MV codebase. Are you saying to, like, test the plugins or something? All right. If you want to comment on that more, I'll read it, but I'm going to keep watching.
Are superior to using an action sequence plugin.
Oh, there's a difference? Oh, no, I know there's a difference. The core files are totally different. But it's not... As far as reproducing the type of effects that they're using outside of the 3D animation stuff, I haven't really seen anything that's like, oh, wow, I can't do that. You know? I do see, like, a lot of those 3D animation effects, which honestly, the main reason I like them is because they're so much more scalable in different sizes, where your resolution is limited on the sprite-based animation for spell effects with RPG Maker MV. And I definitely feel that limitation, and it hurts me in my heart a little. But all of the other effects, other than that, anything that's not 3D, I feel like I can pretty much reproduce in one way or another. Now, knowing if it's that the core files are different, well, of course they are. I'm just saying, like, practically what the end user is experiencing. Oh yeah, you could have done them in NV. I'm saying most RPG Maker users don't have the knowledge to do it. Yes, that's true. And that's another reason why they would use the plugin. So I guess that is a very important point, because I can't be so observing things just from my own perspective. Just because I can do it doesn't mean the majority of users can. I still think that MV is the better choice. And plugin maker with that don't exist. That's true. I still think that I would recommend MV for the plugin library, because it's so much cheaper, and I don't know. I wouldn't be adamantly opposed if somebody wanted MV. Like if I had to rate them, I'd give MV like an 8 and I'd give MZ like a 7. That's about how I feel about it. LMP definitely likes MZ better because he likes the way plugins are work. Oh, you feel MV is better? Yeah, I do feel I like it more too. Maybe I should make an MV versus MZ code. I saw that Level Up Design, who's really the only guy making videos about RPG Maker that's semi-popular these days, he made a video that was like a clickbait. He made a video comparing MV to MZ. And it was like, at the end, he's like, yeah, but RPG Maker Unite is coming out. And he also he said some things about MV that weren't true in the video. And I was a little disappointed with him. Like, I think he said something to the effect of, like, you can't turn on and off plugins in MV. And I'm like, yeah, you can, dude. What the hell are you talking about? And he also said something about the editor can't do something or another. I can't remember what he said, but it was definitely wrong. And it's not wrong like the way LMP is saying some of the stuff I'm doing wrong. VX Ace. And same can be said to MZ to MZ, MV to MZ. Yeah. I agree. It would be cool to make a more technical video about comparing MV to MZ, because the problem is the thing I'm finding is I'm making these videos that are more for like professional game devs, and they're not really getting a lot of views, right? Like my video about backing up your RPG Maker project on GitHub, that is a freaking super useful video, and I've gotten like a little over 100 views on that one. You know what I mean? And it's like, come on, dude. And I just posted this new video, right? Of like, what? Let me look at my YouTube. I got a new sub during the stream. See, like this one already surpassed my last 2 videos. And almost it's going to pass up my backup video in like a minute. But this is like this backing up on GitHub is like a super useful video, right? This is like one of the most, honestly, this video is more useful than any of these videos. More useful than this 10 essential tips. It's more useful than all of my last 10 videos. And of all of them, other than this one trash devlog, it has like the least views. So one thing that is unfortunately very true when it comes to making YouTube content for RPG Maker is that useful does not necessarily equal valuable. This video, which is not useful for anybody, I mean, maybe then to inspire them, already has a ton of views and is probably going to pass all of these videos in views over the course of the next 2 weeks. Not this one, of course, but all of the ones on the front page right now. And it's like, I like making these like showcase of my game captures because they're good, and paying attention is greater than good views. Or YouTube's would not, shorts would not. Yes. Yeah, you're right. So that's something that I'm kind of learning as time passes, you know, like you have to have a happy medium between like being practical and entertaining. And by the way, I haven't been posting YouTube shorts because TikTok is like not working correctly on my phone anymore. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to figure that out. But the AI voice thing on TikTok has not been working. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Like I can't get it to read my stuff anymore. And that's like part of my whole content plan, which is why I haven't really been posting more TikTok content / YouTube shorts. Restart my phone. I've definitely done that. So I might try it again. But basically the voices that I had, my guess, sometimes TikTok like will remove certain voices it has, and you can use certain ones and not others. And I can only use like the musical ones, you know? So basically it takes your text to speech and turns it into a song. I don't want those. So I'd rather save my content. No, the way TikTok works is sometimes it pulls off certain voices, but right now all the voices that you can use suck. So I don't want to. There's two things that can happen. One is they put them back, and if I have to wait long enough, I'm just going to start using my own AI voices. And I'm going to just put them into the video myself before I put it on my phone. Rather than editing it on my phone, I'll edit it on my desktop, which is way more of a hassle. It's way easier to do it right on TikTok because I don't know. I just hope I don't have to do that. But these YouTube shorts have been doing really well. Like I get like thousands of views every day from them, you know? But yeah, so anyway, I kind of enjoying watching Olympi's reaction.
I don't think he meant animation. I think he meant action. So I think that is what he's talking about.
What am I talking about?
A lot more complex than going through just the database, but it's a little bit more flexible too. Especially like in terms of like how you time out when things can happen. Functionally though, it's about the same thing as just going through the database. You just have the extra ability to add other stuff in alongside of it. So yeah.
There should be links to those in the blog. And the
What's the third way then?
For art. It's a little bit easier.
Yeah, it might be a bug. I think they probably just pulled the functionality out.
Way to implement a
This is the Maui way.
common event into
The Maui way, also known as the wrong way.
your skill is to use a pure JavaScript animation. The thing that about this is this.
Okay, I don't think Maui did this. So pure JavaScript animation. So
This is an extremely advanced way to do it, and you need not only a very strong grasp on JavaScript, but also RPG Maker and the library that it provides itself. I think if you do know how to do this, there are tons of times in which this can be far superior to using an action sequence plugin, but the learning curve is very high.
I don't think he meant animation. I think he meant action. So I think that is what he's talking about, the way that he did it, which was to go and then like make the actual calls yourself and stuff like that.
For something like this.
Yeah,
But
sure.
Unless you're like me and you've been working on a commercial game for years.
Well, that's just because you're working on a commercial game for many years doesn't mean you can write code. There are many people that have been making commercial games for many years that have no idea how to write code or plugin
Myself
code or
included.
JavaScript at all. That just use RPG Maker as an engine as it is. So I'm gonna push back on that one a bit.
You probably are not going to really. It's probably not going to be the best match for your skill level.
And to be honest, this isn't really that complex. I mean, well, from my perspective, this is all just using one script, maybe two script calls from the engine, and the rest is like show picture. It's controlled through variables. It's pretty simplistic compared to most stuff you have to deal with RPG Maker. The only difficult part is figuring out what the functions you need to call are, and how to use them. Once you do that, this is not that complex. So you got a button count to 100. This gonna sense the amount of times you need to push the button to make the meter fill all the way up. You also have a thing in here that's reducing the meter over time.
It's complicated to
make
others.
It, has some feedback against.
It's obviously not complicated. This is child's play to LMP, or even Codemora. This is child's play to them.
The meter up or the bar across, and then just what happens when once you've input the thing on like the timed attack, or once you've run out of time or hit the top of the meter for the
button mash.
The button mash one, and that's really all there is to it. Most things that you can do without doing plugins are not going to be complicated. They're going to be complicated because you have to figure out how to do them within the context of an RPG Maker event and what things you need to do them. Like, do I need to call anything from the engine to make this work, or can I do this all through event commands? Whereas, like in a plugin, you're writing actual code, you're interacting with the engine on a deeper level than this.
Yes. That's a good way to think of it. When people ask when is it better to use an event versus a plugin, depth is something to think about. Like, how deep into the core functions of the plugin of the engine are you going? And if you're very surfacey, which this is, you don't really need to use a plugin.
But for somebody just starting, this could be kind of difficult to figure out on their own.
Yeah, that's why I said
if they don't have any experience with RPG Maker in the past, or don't know how to like go through and be able to define the terms they need to search for to find the things they need to find out. Yo, Corpse Jack, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day today.
Yeah, Corpse Jack,
welcome in.
Just checking
some videos from Maui for a bit. And,
a bit, like 3 hours.
I haven't really ripped into Maui too much on these ones.
Yeah, you did.
And the logic of the active sequences.
I've had some comments.
Hey, Bebder.
Very similar. So those actually are a nice stepping
Happy
stone
birthday.
up into using the JavaScript or pure JavaScript method of making these active sequences.
Ah, okay. So based on that, I could probably easily implement this in my game. Just the event only version of this. It might be more extensible and more powerful to make it into a plugin, though.
Yeah.
The event only pretty much in RPG Maker, anytime you're doing something in events only, it's going to be much more limited than what you can do with a plugin.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you're working within the confines of the eventing system and what RPG Maker does normally. The script calls are a little bit more of an advanced thing, but it's still something you can do. Whereas, like with a plugin version of this, you might have much more control over, like the colors being used, where you can display the stuff, how the player input with those things works. Like I'm sure using the events like Maui's doing, there is some lag introduced because you have to be in a loop looking for input like what he's doing. And I'm sure that introduces some amount of lag into the system, whereas with a plugin, you probably wouldn't have that.
Yeah, he's right.
So there's probably some pretty...
So, like, if you use the plugin just to measure off of the time, like in a function or something, it would be more optimized. But this isn't a particular area of lag in my game. These, even with using a tint, which is usually looked poorly upon because of the small size of the image that I'm tinting, it has really had no negative effect. So the frame rate does not drop when I use these, even on mobile. So that's definitely a factor. So if you're doing like an input required, like an input related, like the button mash specifically, more so than the timed event, because the timed event only measures one input. I would say if you were doing that through the course of like a more elaborate animation that was pushing the limits of whatever platform you were using, whether it was Windows or a mobile device, you might want to use a plugin. I didn't really think about that, but definitely I agree with him. That would probably be when I would use a plugin, not so much for being able to have more features. That doesn't seem as appealing to me because I would just make a different event that had the specific features that I wanted for that specific ability. If you were doing something where you had like scaled abilities or something, it might make more sense. Say, for example, if you wanted the mash time to be longer as you level up or something, that would make sense to have it in a plugin hypothetically more. So interesting.
Significant downsides to doing it through events only that Maui didn't cover here, because he said it probably was not within the context or within the scope of the video he made. And generally, that's generally going to be true too. Anything you can do within the context of an evented thing, fully evented thing that has any kind of real-time input or tracking of stuff, is going to have
lagginess,
some level of either lag introduced to it because of how the event system works, or it's going to have some other kind of downside to it because you're not you're
this is good stuff.
with the engine through some other mediums. Like everything that goes through, pretty much everything that goes through an event goes to the game interpreter class. So you're going through an additional step to get to where you're going to. And then on top of that, if you're monitoring for things in real time, like in a battle, there's probably...
This is LMP. You don't follow him? You should. He's the only guy who maybe streams more RPG Maker dev than me. Probably not more, but he does a lot of plugin dev on Twitch. And not a super popular channel, but like within the battle loop, which is a loop with breaks. Yeah. You guys are both right. It would probably, when you're talking about optimization, the thing with these events is it's just in a very short, limited span in which you would use them. But if you were wanting to make a more elaborate system, definitely plugins would be the way to go.
So additional things on top of that are in between those.
The thing too about this video, I've already had multiple people, I don't know if you guys see them in Discord, who have like been able to reproduce this in their own game. And I think that's incredible, you know. If I had made like a plugin with more features and it wasn't quite as concise / limited, I think that I probably would have not had that type of response. I got pumped when people sent me like GIFs and stuff of what they've done in their game with this video, and that really gives me the motivation to make these videos, you know. So I do agree that there's different ways to go about doing this, but I feel very satisfied with this video because I would say I feel more satisfied with this video than any of the videos I did other than the GitHub one.
It's 3 steps from input from the player through the game interpreter to where it's going to actually be processed, as opposed to doing it through just a plugin where you have direct access to the things going.
He doesn't really do RPG Maker streams. He does more plugin. That's kind of true. I give you this is a good tool to teach people to step into the event system. It was made to help people make games without learning JS. Oh, so you're saying this video and this method is good for people who don't want to use JS. You have to use some because you have to use script calls, but not, yeah.
The other stuff you don't need to be interacting with.
You and LMP you would probably just make your own plugin, which is the point of RPG Maker. Yeah. And I think that that's a good way to do it. I like the events because, for one, I can only bother both of you so much to get help before you put me on ignore or something. So the more I can do myself, the better.
So I think that
And then, oh, that's so sad. I almost started crying when I said that. You know, in addition to that, I think not just for me, for a lot of people, it's much more obtainable. So that's why I shared it.
version of this would probably be much more performant and definitely would be much more extensible.
Yeah, the extensible, not even debatable. Performance,
long term.
It's yeah. Mainly because you don't have to use a parallel event. That's really all it is to it. A loop is basically a parallel event when it comes to performance. Sketchy patch for RPG Maker 2003 which adds a bunch of cool features. That sounds exciting. I replied to his comment here. Where is it? I gave him a pretty lengthy reply from my phone.
All right, leave that comment there. So next up is the GitHub video. So Maui were talking about this a little bit a while back.
Going and doing.
And I watched a little bit of this beforehand. So what this video is about backing up your RPG Maker projects using GitHub, how that's done, limitations of that. So I think this would be a good thing to kind of look at and highlight.
Much. Channel's been doing great. GMaker, or honestly any game engine, or any application really. So recently it came to my attention that GitHub is accepting larger repositories. Now what does that mean? Repositories are a place where you can like store and collaborate on software development projects on the internet. GitHub is like the first most common one. There are a couple other.
I'm gonna let this run for a bit. I'm gonna take a quick break. So I'll let this run. I'll just like mute and hide things. There we go. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I've already watched this part of this, so when I get back, we'll talk about some of the stuff that Maui talked about here.
They're big ones, but GitHub is kind of the big deal. Man, making videos is hard. Anyway, GitHub wasn't really useful for game development projects, you know, like what we do on this channel. Familia, while I am an RPG Maker dev primarily, that's the main engine I work out of. This would work for Godot or Unity or Unreal or anything. There's basically two constraints that you have to watch out for. One is the file size must be less than 100 megabytes per each individual file. And while it's not super clear on the website, it seems like you don't want to go over 10 gigabytes overall and 5 gigabytes for a repository. Let me know in the comments if that's right. And of course, I'm talking into the context of a free repository. GitHub also offers a premium service, which is not what I'm really talking about right now. So that's not really hyper relevant.
Do I use PayPal?
Tutorial. What we're going to do today is I'm going to show you how to install
you can use
GitHub
Visa
Desktop,
through
which is an
PayPal.
application for Windows.
Let me check. Do you want me to add a payment method? Are you going to buy one? I sold one of those hats like today, by the way. Like somebody bought one. Isn't that cool? I sell like maybe 2 a month. Big money. This is the camo one. I think I might eventually make more like RPG Maker gear. Like, do you even? I don't know if you guys have any good ideas for stuff I can put on shirts. Like, do you even RPG Maker, bro, or something stupid like that? Hit me up. Oh, $17.50. That's not that much. So PayPal. Yeah, they ship to Canada. You know, Euphoric Lemon. He's bought a couple things. Right now I'm only taking PayPal, I guess. It's weird because most of my money goes through Stripe, and I haven't set up a Stripe account, which is funny. Like, why didn't I set up a Stripe account, right? But yeah, so is it free shipping? I don't think so. It might be cheaper for you than it is for me, though, because Hawaii is sometimes more than Canada. It's probably around. And just to be clear, like, I make like either like $0 to $2, depending on how the math works out. So I don't make like a lot of money off of it.
Mac, and I think you can use it on Linux as well. And what you can do with that is you can bypass
I can't make a Bebder game. There's too much copyright material in there. We'll get sued.
having to use CLI or a command line interface. And by bypassing CLI, it'll make it much more accessible to a lot of devs. For RPG Maker, a lot of the devs are known for not being too code savvy. So while I'm totally accustomed to using CLI myself, I've actually found it to be a little bit more convenient to use the app. So that's what we're going to go into today. Okay, so without any further ado, let's get going on the tutorial.
Dude, my music's way too loud in my videos. I gotta figure that out.
All right, here we are with our fancy screen share. Glad to get my face off of that frickin' camera. Anyway, so these are the two sites we're going to be working with. One is GitHub and one is GitHub Desktop. So the first thing I'm going to want you to do is go to desktop.github.com and download for Windows. So let's just click that. I already have it, but I'm just going to click it.
And my
so
voice
see
sounds
what
so
to
much
do.
better when I'm close to the
And
mic.
then while that's going and doing its thing, we're going to come over here to GitHub and we're going to create an account. Now, I'm not going to go through the process of creating an account with you. There are lots
Don't
of
I sound
videos
more
that'll show you how
relaxed
to-
when I'm like not on the camera? You can just hear it in my voice. I just feel so much more at ease.
But you honestly can probably just figure it out. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign in here at the GitHub website. And I'm not going to go through the installation process of installing GitHub Desktop since it's already installed in my computer. So I'm just going to go ahead and open it. And I'm going to go ahead and sign out just so you can see how to sign in. So to sign out, you just come to this window and you click sign out. Now again, it's important that you're logged in at this point because you'll be coming into this and then you'll go to options here. So file, then options, and then you're going to click sign in here. If you have an enterprise account, you can click sign in here, but that's not really what this video is talking about. That's out of scope. So let's just sign in with github.com here. Continue to browser. It'll open up a window saying, do you want to sign in? And yada, yada, yada. It'll confirm. Okay, cool. So now we're signed in and we are synced with our GitHub repository. So we're going to make a new repository. Right here, we go down to File, the new repository. Repository name, I'm going to say YouTube repository. And then I'm just going to put it in C. I'm just going to put it in the OpenC directory because it will make this YouTube repository folder in the C directory in my base drive. So that's something to notice. Like if you were to, for example, do this and put C inside of your YouTube directory, it would actually look like this when it's actually set up. So let's just put it in the base C. I recommend initializing this repository with a README, and you can ignore these for now. These are a little bit more of an advanced setting and they don't really have to do with what we're doing. So let's create that repository. Great. And next you can go ahead and go to publish repository. And what this will do is this will put the repository on GitHub. Then here's the repository name, repository YouTube, repository.
Where's LMP?
description. You know, I really don't need a description, but you can put whatever you want in there. So what we're doing is we're creating a repository on YouTube. Okay, great. So that repository should be created. So let's look at my GitHub list of repositories by coming up to the top right once I'm logged in and go to your repositories. And look at that. There's a new private repository here called YouTube repository. Okay, so now that we have the repository made and it is synced with the repository on our computer, we're going to import our RPG Maker project into the YouTube repository. So I'm just going to go into my files, right? And this is the fake repository. Here's my RPG Maker game. If I start it up, you can see there's an RPG Maker game here. I really don't need to start it up. I don't know why I did that, but this is an RPG Maker MV video. So here's my MV project, or the MZ version of the same project, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these files and let's open up two windows just so you can visually see what we're doing. Here's my second window, and we're going to go to this PC and then the drive that I specified, C, and then we have the YouTube repository.
90 degrees in the hallway, which means it's probably close to 100 in here. Let's see. What's my thing saying?
Does he live in Arizona?
Yeah, we're like we're at 97 currently in this damn room. So that's happening. Anyway, so let me rewind this back a bit because I was looking at that stuff and took some time here. So basically, we're talking about I talked about basically GitHub and whatnot, and the fact that you can do larger repositories now. I think up to 5 gigs. So yeah, you can upload all the files in a project to GitHub. You can't necessarily work on all the files through like the normal GitHub processes, like you would normally for software development. But you can store all your files and then work on like the JS files collectively that way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and then the webcam here.
So we've got about 20 more minutes of LMP. If you guys can hang with it, hope you don't mind too much. I'm gonna do some game dev after. There's a couple things I've been wanting to do.
And yeah, you can do it. For RPG Maker games, it should be okay generally because most RPG Maker games aren't going to be that large. You know, maybe between 150 to 700 megabytes generally. Now, if you have a lot of audio
150,
files,
that's
you're going
small.
to go much larger than that. Like right now my game when it is deployed, my game takes up, I think it was 450 megs,
That's pretty good.
if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, okay. So actually, it's 610, and so this is 610. This is only.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep
for
it playing.
What's built for the prologue right now? With file unused files excluded, and it's 610 megabytes just for what I have. So your mileage is going to vary extremely in terms of size, depending on what you're doing. So there's probably a possibility, maybe not likely, that you can't use this because this is what Maui's going over here, because your game exceeds 5 gigs. Again, that's probably more for other games in this, other game systems in this. Engines, rather, I should say.
This, when it's actually
set up. So let's just put it in the base C. I recommend initializing this repository with a README, and you can ignore these for now. These are a little bit more of an advanced setting, and they don't really have to do with what we're doing. So let's create that repository. Great. And next you can go ahead and go to publish repository. And what this will do is this will put the repository on GitHub. And here's the repository name, repository YouTube, repository description. You know, I really don't need a description, but you can put whatever you want in there. So what we're doing is we're creating a repository on YouTube. Okay, great. So that repository should be created. So let's look at my GitHub list of repositories by coming up to the top right once I'm logged in and go to your repositories. And look at that. There's a new private repository here called YouTube repository. Okay, so now that we have the repository made and it is synced with the repository on our computer, we're going to import our RPG Maker
Sounds like the AC
project
just kicked on. So it might just be
into
freezing up.
the YouTube repository. So I'm just going to go into my files, right? And this is the fake repository. Here's my RPG Maker game. If I start it up, you can see there's an RPG Maker game here. I really don't need to start it up. I don't know why I did that, but this is an RPG Maker MV video. So here's my MV project, or the MZ version of the same project, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these files and let's open up two windows just so you can visually see what we're doing. Here's my second window, and we're going to go to this PC and then the drive that I specified, C, and then we
Fake
have
repository.
the YouTube repository, which is right here. And you can see it's the root
I like the name.
of the repository because it has these
I have a
files.
similar sense of humor.
So I'm going to take
Yep.
all of this. This is the game here. This is the RPG Maker game. Of course, you can do this with any app that has like a file, normal file structure like this. And now I put these files.
So, one thing I will say about this is that while you can do this with GitHub, it's not really designed to be used as a backup kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's right. Or more about collaboration.
there may be implications about TOS, terms of service here. Again, I don't know what the limitations are on storing project files. Like if you're just using a repository strictly for backup and you're not modifying anything in it, I don't know what the like with that set of like variables or that set of information, what the terms of service for GitHub says about that. Like, I mean, if you just upload code, finish your project, and sitting there for years without being touched, I would assume there's nothing like against TOS in doing that. But I'd be kind of interested to know if there's like anything in the TOS about like projects over a gig and size, if there's any kind of limitations over time and not having it be modified or something like that.
Yeah,
I guess it's probably not, but
possible.
talking about Microsoft here, so maybe eventually there could be a thing where they reduce the amount of space that you can use
That would suck.
down to a lower amount and make another paid tier that would have this 5 gig limit. Something to keep in mind. Again, GitHub is owned by Microsoft now, so be prepared for things to change in terms of like what's available for free and what's not.
Good feedback. Good stuff.
Because Microsoft is a big fan of taking something that was once free and making it no longer free. As are all companies, to be honest. That buy up.
He says that.
Buy up products that were once free, freely distributed.
Files in here, and you can see the Git files are still in here, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to go back here to GitHub Desktop, and you can see all these new files.
Oh, you don't even have to use GitHub Desktop. You can create the repository on the website and then just drag and drop the files into it too.
Yeah,
You can even do it through command line too. You could like.
That's
you could
true,
you
but
could open up VS Code or whatever
it's definitely
IDE you're
better
using
to
as
start
a,
off this way.
Git integration. You can create the repository from there. You can load all the files into the folder and then commit and push them to the remote GitHub repository that way. There's a couple different ways to do this process.
which is ironically 1,111 files, and we can commit these. And by committing them, what that means is we're going to take all of these files, we're going to upload them to GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash. I'm just going to call this first commit. Commit to main. It's going to take a while. So I'm actually going to stop the screen capture now, and I'll come back later when it's done. Okay, we're back. So the first phase of that is done, and now we're going to go ahead and click push origin here. And what this is doing is it's uploading all of the files and putting them on the GitHubs. Now this part is going to take way longer than that last part. Before it was just kind of like getting them ready to be uploaded, and now it's actually uploading them.
So to kind of add more information here, because Maui kind of didn't fully explain it. When you commit something, you're essentially taking the stuff you changed and you're applying it to your local repository. So
Yep.
what Maui set up originally was, and where he was showing you in like the YouTube repository folder, that's the local repository. So things that you change and commit will be changed and then committed.
He's so much better at it than I
And then
am.
from that folder, you push the changed
He's so much
things
clearer.
to the remote repository in GitHub. And that's essentially uploading files to GitHub. Generally, when you're doing that, you're only sending like portions of a file that have been changed, so it doesn't take very long. But if you're sending up like a large project that has lots of files, or something like what Maui is doing that has like large files and lots of them, it can take quite a long time to do. Because I think that GitHub's upload speed supports, like the servers they have, are not optimized for large file uploads.
Yep.
So it's not a very quick upload process.
Yep.
Because they don't
100%.
really have to. Because generally, the way people use GitHub is they're sending up, small file changes, and
Yep.
maybe like large projects. But all the projects are pretty. The files in the projects are not that big because it's mostly just coding files or something like that.
All true.
Libraries, packages.
This is a little bit outside
all
of
that
the
kind
normal
stuff that you would have from like having a code project
expected
that you've
use.
been working on that you're uploading, as opposed to this, which is like literally a game and all the things that go with a game, particularly the audio files, for example.
Yep. That was the biggest thing
So
on
it's
an
gonna
RPG
take
Maker
quite
project.
a while. So I'm going to go ahead and
I think also probably hugely depends on your connection speed as well.
stop the screen record, and I'll come back in like an hour or something. Okay, so we're back. I actually decided to pull some of the files out of the directory that I was uploading just because it was taking too long. But as you can see here, I clearly have some of the files from my RPG Maker MV directory. So just another note on this, it does take a really long time. RPG Maker MV is like a base, game without anything taken out is about 1 gig, which will take a ton of time, and it can fail. So if your game is not small, my game is about 600 megabytes, 500 megabytes. It works really well. It did take a couple hours for mine, but I just didn't want to wait. Holy cow, this actually turned into a really long video. You can see the lighting's different. Outside it's dark, so I look a little different.
Maui After Dark. Everybody cover your eyes.
Turns into a werewolf.
And the harsh lighting. Wow, that was a pretty long video. Let's go ahead and conclude the video.
So yeah, you can do it. You absolutely can do it. It's probably better to go through the web UI to do that though, as opposed to going through GitHub Desktop, and even probably Git for that matter, because of maybe some upload limitations.
Yeah.
Maybe the UI on the website
The reason
doesn't have it.
why I didn't have them upload it like through the UI, well, for one, I was trying to avoid command line interface just because of the style of the video. And for two, I could have showed them just to do the drag and drop, but I wanted to teach the viewer how to use the app. Well, it's like a twofold thing. Like by doing it the way that I say, you're going to also learn how to commit. So
Yeah, you can definitely do it. It will take a while. Downloading things will take a while. GitHub's not really built to do this, and you may not be able to do this in the future. But all those aside, this is definitely something you can do. I'd recommend, though, first backing up stuff onto like thumbnail drives, external hard drives.
Yeah.
Then think about online backup.
I do that
The
too.
other two are going to be much easier to do. And thumb drives cost dust at this point, so they aren't too hard to come by. Like a gig or
And they're
2
fast,
gig
too.
hard drive, thumbnail drive to like put stuff onto. So for the time and money, for the time it takes to do it through GitHub, and the money it takes to do online storage, like maybe Carbonite or some other service.
Carbonite would be a good.
I'd say your first stop should be thumb drives, and then go from there to other places. Yeah, I agree. You should be backing up your projects. And GitHub is a good place to do a collaboration, though. For collaboration to GitHub, I would say just upload your JS files, because you're not going to be working on anything else, really. Yo, Sleepwoody, thank you for the resell. Appreciate it. And welcome in. Hope you're doing good today, or tonight, or this evening, wherever you happen to be at. So I wouldn't say upload everything. Well, if you're doing tandem like development on the actual project file, maybe. But at that point, then the question becomes, because RPGMaker is not really designed to do that, right?
No.
And there's no way to merge stuff you're doing with other people's work. Especially
right.
when it comes to like the database stuff, right? Mapping, if you have people working on different parts, different maps, then that would make sense because then the map files are separated.
Yeah.
But if you're adding things to like the database separately, and you go to merge that
He's
up
right.
to GitHub,
It's not the greatest for collaboration.
I guess you could do through conflict resolution in that case, but then the problem is like, well, what if you use the same ID for a skill, and you have that skill? You're gonna have problems merging those together cleanly.
100%
So,
right.
questions there about how this would work. When working on coding stuff, though, just pure JS coding stuff, absolutely can use GitHub and should use GitHub, or something like GitHub, like GitLabs, or some other service like them. Makes coding, managing the code much easier. It's much easier.
It
to
saved me a few times
implement.
already
team coding
since I started
situation.
doing it.
There's a lot more control over management of the code.
For me, a lot of times so far, I've when I was doing my controller plugin, I would like break something, and then I could go back and look at the change I made on the specific plugin and see, oh, I misspelled it here, when I changed it, and I could see that specific thing. So GitHub has been more beneficial than I expected it. I just wanted to try it, and because Codemora says he does it, so for me, if Codemora does it, that must mean it's a good way to do it. So, but for my plugins in my game, it's probably been the most advantageous, more so than the feature of being able to back up your plugin. There are other ways to do that, but when I'm editing my plugins, it's hugely helpful.
So you can track when changes happen, who made them, and why. Hopefully, because they're keeping proper commit notes. And it makes just team programming on RPG Maker kind of project a lot cleaner. And in general, that's true for all projects too. So yeah, good points here.
Hey.
So this one's the one that's going to be kind of interesting because this one is custom UI for MVMZ using events and JavaScript menu scenes, but not a plugin. There's no plugins for this either.
Wait, what happened? Holy cow, he still goes for like another hour.
Because in order to like customize the UI, you have to go in and actually like rewrite a bunch of windows, window functions, classes. There are ways to customize stuff using the system window file, but that only gets you so far, and it's only for specific windows, I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe it is for all the windows. But if you want really looking customized looking unique kind of thing, like Maui's gonna show us here in a bit, you really have to do it through changing the windows in some fashion or another. The actual window
I think he thinks too highly of me.
coding itself.
A user interface that I really liked and that I was really proud of. Anyway, I saw this video from this guy named Monkey King. I forget the name of his YouTube channel, but I'll leave a link to the channel in my description.
I don't know if Maui's being sarcastic there, or if this is before he had to been, no, that'd have been omega sarcasm.
It wasn't sarcasm. His name's Monkey King, but his channel is Heroes Legend Studios. Those are not related. It's not like me where I'm Maui Game Studio and my channel is Maui Game Studio. So it's like, I know him as Monkey King. I just learned about Heroes Legend Studio.
There's this random YouTuber called Monkey King that I know on Twitch but don't know on YouTube, so kind of thing.
No, he has a
Yeah,
different
go check out
channel
Monkey
name.
King's channel. A lot of tutorials on there for RPG Maker stuff. He's got Codemora stuff in here too. Hey, where's Monkey King? Oh, there it is. Monkey King YouTube channel there. Let me copy this. Going to promote it as well. So if you're getting into RPG Maker and want to know how to do some stuff, you might find it over there. I am eventually going to be starting up a tutorial series for plugin development. That kind of goes
I would
through
love
the
that.
steps of making a plugin A to Z. Eventually, it's going to be after I get the demo done, because I'm going to take a break from working on the game after the demo is finished, just so I can take some time to build up some feedback from the demo and kind of incorporate it back into it, and then from there move forward. Because if I'm working on stuff after the demo is done, then some people come back and say, oh, this X, Y, and Z could be better, and ends up being something like integral to what I'm doing, integral to the way I'm developing the game, then I'd have to go back and change
It's a
all
good
that,
call.
change whatever.
Take
I've
a
been
break
working
after
on.
you
So
release
it's
the demo.
easier just to wait a bit and see what comes out of that.
Description here. But
So during that time, we'll be working on a YouTube series about plugin dev for MV. And we'll go over all kinds of stuff, like talking about general plugin stuff, Windows, the whole 9 yards. Actually, I'm gonna take another break to get some more water and let things cool down a bit more. It's just got really hot in this room. So give me 5 minutes, and we'll continue when I get back.
Looks like he took 20 minutes.
the Yanfly save menu here. I think this is not vanilla menu. I don't know. It's either Yanfly or the vanilla menu. And basically, so I'm using existing menus in the kind of default RPG Maker setup, and I'm combining them with my own. This one is a very specific menu that I made. So what this menu does is it actually gives you allocation points that you can allocate after.
And this is currently kind of broken on the Android version
Yeah,
of the
Still
game.
is. Still is totally.
Level 50 in my game, your level
Just,
resets
but
to
it's just because it
1,
can't render the
and
text,
you have to choose all of your specific
and there's no touch.
stats. You don't get them passively anymore, so you have control over what stats you want to use. It makes sense because some characters can go more the direction of a healer, some characters can go more the
It's kind of an interesting take on this kind of system too, that unlocks at a certain level. I kind of have this kind of system in my game too, point buy system for stat points.
Yeah, it's very common.
When we get back through that and look at that plugin, because essentially what I did was I took some random dude's plugin that he used for, so refresh on that. Some random dude's tutorial on making plugins somewhere on YouTube. I don't know if that video exists anymore because I haven't been able to find it since, but he essentially goes through how to create this point by attribute system. And I just basically took that code and copied it and changed a couple things here and there. This is back before I kind of got really into the guts of MV and kind of understood what everything is and where it's at and how to do stuff. So that plugin might actually end up rewriting it entirely. And making it something a little bit different. Because what I would like to do is to make it so that we can not have to use a JSON file, which it currently does, or it uses something from a JSON file if I remember correctly. Make it run off of like just calculations and a formula in like a note tag or in the plugin settings, and then values on the classes note tags.
That'd be cool.
And then I would also like to then from that figure out a way to make it a little bit scalable to the type of class. So like tier 1 standard classes would have a certain value per level that you get. And then grand classes would have like a much larger value per level that they would get of these things. Just to allow you to more customize your characters. And every character would have the ability to do that, to use the system. Or you can make it accessible only to certain characters. So like making a legitimate plugin out of it. Not sure when we'll get to this one. In terms of the direction.
But damage dealers, sometimes you might want to be more of a hybridized character. Say for example,
Just trying to see if that music was on that stream.
but you need it sometimes, you can kind of do that. So it just gives you more options within the game. From a user interface perspective, these things, like you can push it and then when you hold it, it resets, it stops. So, you know, you can fill it up, you can even it won't let you go anymore. So you're good. It works pretty great. Up here on the top right, you can see there's portraits of the characters. These are pulled from, well, it's kind of the top right / top. These.
I believe this is the part that doesn't work, the character portrait display. And also maybe the interaction with the images itself maybe doesn't work.
Yeah.
But I know for sure that the animated sprite images don't work. Maui said on mobile.
No, sprite images don't work. Text, which is the real killer, doesn't work. And none of the stuff is button press compatible. So I never just implemented that. It just doesn't. So there's like basically 3 things I have to do. I have to replace the way the text is rendered. I can't use Pixie. I have to use the draw text feature, which is in RPG Maker MV, which is, I think it's less optimized, just in addition to being less flexible, which sucks. I would love to keep Pixie on desktop. I might use an if statement. I don't know. That's a lot, but I might not. I might just make it so you use. Anyway, so basically, I can't render the text. There's no touchscreen functionality, which obviously is a necessity for mobile. And then, yeah, the sprites, as he was mentioning, don't work. And I don't totally get why that is. I'm sure I'm using a draw method that isn't compatible with mobile for whatever reason. So that's not too big of a deal. I think what'll probably end up happening is I'll probably just I'll put some files in the system that are related to each actor, and I'll just pull those directly versus pulling from the Battler sprite sheet. Or I don't know, I'll figure it out. I'm not too the main thing in order for it to work correctly is the text and the touchscreen functionality. So the images on the top are less important.
They're pulled from the
Top of the SV,
battlers
yeah.
that are already in the game. So they
SV
so
Battler sheet.
the sprites that I use in combat, like here for example, these sprites, it's the same exact sprite sheet. So here, if you look, we have some major levels now, right? Like now we're in the master class. We have this mastery thing, and we have tons of points to spend. I'm not gonna even spin them all because you know who's got time for that. Another thing is we have a goal.
Oh, that's realized. Still had the Final Fantasy music going.
It was fine though.
Right, you see there.
It kind of fit that.
As
to be
a
honest.
side note, for those who are curious, I rendered all the text in Pixie, which gives you a lot more flexibility. RPG Maker is based on the Pixie rendering engine, and it's what it utilizes to to render everything, so you can access some of those things. So if you look at how that stylized font is in the bottom right and in the master.
Yes, that's something you can do with RPG Maker. You can't do gradient fonts like that. But you can if you go directly through Pixie. So it's all interesting.
But you can on
I don't
mobile.
think you can. Maybe it's possible with a plugin. But definitely can't do that generally with the default MV or MZ.
Menu. We're going to be seeing more of that in my game in general, more stylized font, and it's just a little bit more flexible and you can do more animation.
I'll need to bug Maui to show me how he did this, because it might be good to use a thing like this for the dialogue highlighting for the codex plugin. Because for those who don't know, the codex plugin thing that I'm working on stores lore in the as you play through the game. Well, it's set up that way, but it can. And one of the things that it can do is show in the dialogue what topics are new, what topics are not new, have new information, what topics you've seen, which are updated. They'll have like a highlighted color for the term that's in the codex. So like proper name of like a town or a person. If in that dialogue you're learning something new, it will, well, again, assuming you have done the proper event plugin calling, it'll, let's say you already know something, let's say you already know generally, like Claria, for example, is the first town you go to, so that's in your codex pretty early on. And as you're talking to an NPC, you learn something new information for you to already know about, and already, to make it pop up.
Of what we're working with. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but basically for all of this, everything works within 2 common events and then a bunch of code that I created, or I should say code Mora, my friend created in a plugin. So this is basically the main menu here. It's a lot. There are a couple things I could have done a little bit more, maybe not optimized, but short, but if it works, it works. You know, that's kind of my philosophy. The menu is very optimized, but you can just see like there's a ton of code. I'll show you that optimization later in a second, but you can just see that this is a lot. So this is kind of the first thing you need. There's really 3 components to creating your own customized menu this way. The other would be Photoshop images, which I'm probably not going to show you, but basically you have to build the UI PNGs in Photoshop, and then there's code.
Well, and an image editor, it doesn't have to be Photoshop.
True.
You can do it in GIMP.
You can
Or
do it.
Infinity.
You can do it in whatever. Yeah.
MS Paint. Well, actually, I don't think you can do Paint because Paint does new transparencies.
You could if you wanted.
Square
If you
buttons for the
yeah,
images,
exactly.
you could do
See,
it. Anything rounded that
Same-
would have transparency around it.
same
wouldn't
mindset.
work.
you can do them as long as they're the shape of.
So we were working with this plugin here, which is like a 2258 long plugin, and it
It's a moderately. It's like a medium-sized plugin.
According
in
to.
addition to having this plugin pulls on multiple things from the Yanfly core, like the class plugin and the core plugin.
Okay.
And
So the job point, the point system for the masterclass stuff is from Yanfly job points. Okay.
No, it's mass allocation system,
Just a bunch of shiza all over the place.
not
Shiza.
job
So,
points.
then, in addition to that, we created this plugin here. Right. This is a plugin basically made by CodeMora. I maybe put in a line or two, and I kind of fixed some spelling errors, but for the most part, it was him doing it, and he made this plugin. And basically, this plugin creates the script calls that I use, in addition to the stat allocation plugin.
Okay.
It uses the script calls that I use in the menu to do a lot of the things that I'm doing. So if you're not getting the idea, this is not like something that's super easy. I've been working on this since probably Sunday, last week, and it's Sunday, so it's been like a good week, and I've been putting in some time. I'm probably close to 100 hours of time put into this at this point, and it's not something that's super easy to do, but it can be done. And if you want something that's very unique,
That phrase right there, something that's not easy to do but can be done. That's essentially the phrase for every really interesting RPG Maker game mechanic ever made. Not easy to do, but can be done. If you hear that phrase in relation to something somebody's working on RPG Maker, and it seems to be that way, then they're probably working on something pretty interesting.
I would say go for it. Go for it. Do it. So anyway, that's all I wanted to do for this video. I don't want to make it too long.
Okay.
I want to get out of here and just kind of show you what I did really fast. But again, if you want to learn more about making a really simple evented menu, I'm going to leave a video in the description. And in addition to that, please follow Code Mora and all of his socials. He's got a project that he's been working on, and increasing his following.
I wonder if that's based off of this tutorial. I'll look that up later.
Oh yeah, for
I'll
sure.
try to figure out where the text coloration's at,
We'll
and
help him
totally steal that.
Hates the word easy too.
Time throughout the whole scope of my project. Like if you look at the Steam page, I actually just put his name on there because even though it's my project, he's put a ton of hours into helping me.
Just liked my own video.
I'm always gonna appreciate that for the rest of my life. So one more thing, if you guys want to learn how to do stuff like this, my suggestion would be to come into my Twitch community and my Discord community. If you come visit me on Twitch and you want to interrupt whatever I'm doing and ask me, how do I do an invented menu, I can help start setting you up with some resources. And I don't mind doing that. I like helping people with that. Also, if you're in our Discord, you don't only get access to me, but you get access to people who are even smarter than me, especially when you're talking about specific areas. So come over to my Discord, join the Discord, be part of the community, and you will get access to some really smart people who have a lot of experience in RPG Maker and game dev in general. If you're wanting to get into game dev and you don't know where to get started, really the most important thing that you can do is get locked into a community and get to a point where you can have people and you can show them what you're doing, and you can kind of feed off of each other's enthusiasm for the community.
It's a good point right there. One of the hardest things with RPG Maker is networking and getting your game out there. It may sound a bit like ill-motivated, or whatever you want to put it, but yeah, getting into communities and becoming a part of those communities in order to help promote your game is something you could do. Obviously, you shouldn't do it just to do that.
It's not
That
to
is
promote
kind
your
of
game,
overrated,
but just to
um,
talk about it.
it's something that you should be thinking about as an avenue to help get your game out there and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't really think
I won't lie and say that I haven't done that for my game, but my focus isn't on just getting it out to promote my game. My focus is on joining a community and being a part of that community, and then if topics of games ever comes up, then I can mention mine and explain it and whatnot.
Never really seen
people are interested. They're interested.
Never really seen LMP get this philosophical.
They're not, and can leave it at that. But it is Twitch communities on YouTube, whatever. It's a pretty powerful kind of word of mouth based tool for advertising a game in general, and even more so for RPG Maker, because one of the things that you're fighting against when you're making an RPG Maker game is years and years, actually probably
Of bad
decades
RPG Maker games.
of negative PR about RPG Maker because of all the crap that comes out of RPG Maker devs. On Steam and whatnot, just all the trash games. Not the good trash games, but the actual trash games.
The games
try
of
and release
bullshit
and,
game.
charge money for on Steam and whatnot. So you're kind of fighting against that. So you have to, one of the things you can do that really helps with that is transparency. So developing the game or parts of the game on stream or through developer vlogs on YouTube or Vimeo or wherever else you're going to post up videos for people to watch. Because then you get to explain what your ideas are, how you're going to implement them, what you're doing about like with the story generally. You generate a lot more kind of targeted, direct exposure to the idea of your game as opposed to just saying, "Oh, it's an RPG Maker game" on like a blog post or something. Because a lot of people, when they see RPG Maker next to a game that you're making, and they're familiar with like all the things that come with RPG Maker, that shuts a lot of people down. You know, they don't necessarily listen past that point or read past that point.
Yep.
So if you can avoid,
And
saying
he's getting
RPG
deep
Maker,
in this
or
video.
you say that, but then you say what you're doing or your plans or what you have done with it, and
You
it's
don't
like
really
you're saying
see Ellen
really
Pete
thought
talk
out
like this a
stuff.
lot.
Especially in the context of a video or through a stream or on as part of like a chat, part of a stream chat or something like that. It's a much more apt to like break through that bias, that wall of that massively thick cement wall of legacy RPG Maker bullshit you have to work through to get your game noticed.
Yep. I've noticed that too as a dev. Like, one thing I did notice is if somebody, like at KawaiiCon, and you can't get this as much unless you're in person, but when I'm presenting my game at like my table in front of real life people, there's never really been a situation for somebody who is familiar with RPG Maker where it worked as a positive. At least in that weekend, right? So there were at least a few dozen people who were familiar with RPG Maker, and I would say that their reaction was either neutral or negative. And they would, I've heard someone say like, "Oh, it does. I can really tell it's an RPG Maker game." Someone told me that, and it was very clear to them, to me, based off of like their demeanor and their tone, that was them saying that it was negative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I agree 100%, and more so being out of the like Twitch, because Twitch I'm mostly reading people's chat. I don't get, or I watch people play my games on Twitch, right? And that's kind of the reactions, like the raw reactions that I've gotten, which, you know, you get a much more raw reaction when you're talking, even if it's a casual streamer. A streamer is always gonna be aware that they're, you know, performing or whatever to an extent. But when I'd see like, you know, a 25-year-old dude pick up my game and just kind of react to it, I'd get a real more raw view, which I appreciated, of the reaction to my game. And probably the most negative thing I've heard in person, if I can think about it, is, "Oh, this seems like an RPG Maker game, huh?" You know, like they said that, and it wasn't like a, who's the 25-year-old you're talking about? Just some random guy at the convention. I don't know if he was 25. I just guess.
So we'll be watching from Maui today. We got Maui's a bunch more. We'll be watching over time. Boomer Game Dev reacts to retro JRPG. Not sure how many we'll go through and look at, but
I wouldn't really go
things
through
are like
much more
about
LMP.
dev aspect of things, so they really can't say much about the art aspect of stuff, since I'm not really heavily into the art side of things. But like talking about like implementation of like this menu or the tips thing and stuff like that, definitely stuff that we'll look at and like review. Unless Maui comes and says, "Hey, I want you to watch this specific video," then I might. I'll probably just watch that. Watch that specific video, and if it's not about.
I don't really think any of.
Topics that
He
I'm
kind of covered all the
familiar
ones that I would have him watch.
Yeah, Matt makes a lot of good points. He also makes some points that I don't necessarily entirely agree with, but
You gotta put that in
overall,
there.
a really good informative channel to follow, so make sure you do. Here's the link to it.
I love it. The disclaimer.
And Monkey King's channel is there as well. Up there as well. Monkey King actually is doing like tutorials on RPG Maker. I think it's more generally like everything about RPG Maker, instead of like specifically on a particular subject. But yeah, so two resources for you to use for your game development needs or questions or what have you. Okay, 3 hours and 10 minutes. It's how long that took to go through. Which is fine because we're going to be going for probably about 10 hours tonight. So we got another 7 hours left on the stream. So that's good. And it will be doable now that we got the temperature back down to a reasonable 90 degrees. Jesus. Yeah, I think the AC unit just froze up, and I went out there and during the first break and turned the fan on and on, and I let that run for a little bit. Then I reset the panel and then flipped it off cooling and back on to cooling, and then it kicked on after a bit. So I think it was just that the unit froze over, and the act of blowing air through it unfroze it enough to kick back on, which is annoying, but it is not an uncommon event that happens out there in Arizona because it is hot as freaking hell out here, and AC units run pretty hard, even in the fall. Actually, it's technically not even fall yet. We're kind of getting there at night. We're getting down to a nice like 78, 80 degrees at night now. During the day, we're still getting up to like the mid to high 90s, sometimes over 100. You probably won't not hit over 100 some days until around mid-November.
Okay, he's talking about weather, so we can call it for this channel. I don't think I would really have him check out any of my other videos. Hey, what's up, Lemon? How's your life, man? I found the bug that made it so my thing didn't work. I don't know if I told you that, so that achievement didn't work, by the way. And I'm definitely going to I already fixed it. I just haven't pushed it live. I'm not ready to push it live yet because I haven't tested it on desktop, but it's ironic. That little NPC I made that tells you all the numbers actually broke the game as well. Because like I made it so that the requirement was very specific in the code. Well, me and LMP did it with me, but it was my fault. Because now the way it was set up is if you have more than 50, it won't work. So you have to have exactly 50 of each one. So I just changed it so it's 50 or more in the code. And that should fix it, but who knows really, I haven't got it to work so far. So, but keep that save that you had right before you finished it, and hopefully I can get it on this next run. I'll probably put a patch out this week with all of the new changes, because I've been mainly focused on Android deployment, which I'm probably going to chill out a bit on after tonight or tomorrow, because there's a couple things I need to do, but it's pretty solid. I'm not going to have the mastery system in the mobile version for a bit because I have to recode a lot of that, and I don't want to do it without I don't want to do it yet, but I'll definitely do it for eventually, like pretty soon. But once I start fixing that mastery menu for mobile, it's like a path of no return. I can't really go back and push it back the way it was easily. I mean, I can, but I don't want to keep switching back and forth between the old way I did it and the new way. So I'm going to do it after I put up another patch to Steam, which will include the new scene. Did you see I redid the... you might have seen that video. I redid the airship scene. In my opinion... Here, let's watch it real quick. I don't think I've ever watched it on stream, so we can watch it real fast. Let me pull it up. I'll watch this scene real quick. Better be watching Lemon. Why is it so low res? Crap. It's on auto, but come on. Yeah, here, I'm going to restart it with higher resolution. The connection speed is fast enough. It's just being stupid. Yeah, I did change the house. It's more zoomed in. This is a YouTube video, by the way. Now I'm done with this scene. I'm not working on it anymore. Looks good, yeah. I'm proud of it. I think it's one of my best cutscenes yet. Watch, she punches now. Watch this. Yeah, I made a sprite of her going like kind of like this, you know. I added another animation. You can't really see it, it's pretty fast, but it still is like way better. It's way more clear that she's like smacking him. But yeah, that's my most recent video. More like a lunge. Yeah, it's more like she just does like a Superman punch type of thing. It's good. If any of you want to comment on it or something, there's the link. I'll give myself my own comment with my other account just because I'm vain like that. And I need more comments to succeed in life. 325 subscribers. That's pretty good when you consider a little over a month ago I had 225. So growing. It's not an easy street, that's for sure, but I'm making some YouTube growth. It's great. My shorts? Yeah, my shorts are good, man. I can't make them right now, though, because my TikTok app is being weird. So I haven't made one for a couple days, which sucks. I got to figure that out tomorrow. I might have to start doing the AI voices manually, which I hope I don't have to do, because that's a lot of work. But, you know, we'll get there. The YouTube shorts are a big part of the reason why I've been getting more subs. That's been the source of the majority of my views. Cotton shorts, jean shorts, camel shorts. Good one. See, Bizmaster Studios is still gaining subscribers. Can't have that. We can't allow it. Everybody, make sure you unsubscribe to Bizmaster Studios like this. Just joking. just kidding. Yeah, his new videos are not getting that much views compared to some of his old ones. Like, if you look at some of his bigger ones, why have more with Biz? I'm just joking, man. It's just a joke. This pixel art tutorial about how to draw mountains. 3.4K views. I'm surprised that's his most viewed video. I would have expected there to be quite a bit more, but whatever. I guess he has more than mine. My highest view video is 2.9. So, and this video is, I don't know. I didn't expect it to be that successful. Okay, so let's open up the RPG makers. And try to get some of this stuff done. That was a long time watching those videos. I'm going to message him and be like, I watched all your videos on my stream. 3.4K is good. Yeah, it is. My video will pass that, though. Probably by the end of the year. For sure. Because I'm the best. Way better than the Bizmaster. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding. Your best is 250. You got to post more, man. I'm just jesting. I jest. So did my game get reviewed yet and accepted? In review. Forever in review. My game will be in review for the rest of my life. In a year, Biz will have 10K. No, I think my video is going to pass his. But we'll see. I wish him success. So if his video, if both our videos increase and he gets like more views and I don't catch up, I'm still happy with that. Because I still got more views. Well, it's a fun little rivalry to try and tell him I'm going to pass him on YouTube subscribers. It's just fun. The second it stops being fun is the second I would stop saying shit like that. You know, it's not supposed to put him down or anything. I think the world of the guy. I really do. There's no competition. I mean, between me and Bizmaster Studios, I think there is a competition. So, maybe between me and you, there's no competition. But I definitely feel competitive with Bizmaster Studios. And I think it's good for him too, because you notice after I started talking smack, he's been making more YouTube videos again. I don't know if I could take credit for that, but there's definitely a correlation there. Doesn't necessarily mean causation, but there's a correlation for sure. What should I play? Oh, I like this song. Oh shoot, dude, it's freaking loud, bro. Turn that crap down. Sorry about that. I'm a self-improvement / schizophrenia help channel. I'm gonna turn off my light so I can chillax a little bit more. Be a bad streamer for a second. I generally have not been sleeping enough, and one of the reasons is because I've been using my streaming light, which makes me like not go to sleep because it's so bright. It feels like it's still daytime, you know? Okay, so. Okay, so I'm just kind of making a list of things I need to do. Event for Calby, or Glenn at Calby. So I removed a plugin that wasn't working with mobile, and also I figured out it doesn't work on desktop either, so I had to get rid of it. And I'm going to replace the functionality with an event. Okay, what else do I got here? Dude, this song is like crazy. Okay, remove bonus EXP. Dude, that was some dancing. Remove bonus EXP and you know what I just realized? RPG Maker, my characters are below the screen. Why didn't anybody tell me? There. Now that stream avatars will work correctly. So really, I just want to try and get done with this by tonight. Is there one by Mother? Am I enjoying myself? Yeah. Just taking a little break here. My friend said something funny that wouldn't translate to Twitch. You're paying? What are you paying? Did you pay for your sub? I thought somebody else paid for it. I didn't actually text anybody. I was just looking at random crap. Maybe I should have done it off screen. I've been online 4 hours, so. So I gotta get this done. This event with Glenn for this service. You don't pay me crap. I'm gonna write LMP. You donated 100K USD? Well, I didn't get it. So I don't know. Just playing some Warframes. Yo, I watched your videos. Holy crap. Long. Couple things. Most of the critics generally wanted me to be more specific in this, I agree with it, except for a couple things. Oh, well, I'm not frozen. The Rujum. You're the Rujum. I should turn my music down. Yo, Rujum. What's up with you? If you're rating me, that must mean I'm streaming too long. I probably should go to sleep, huh? I should probably go to bed. How's it going? Guys, welcome to my channel if you haven't been here. I have an RPG Maker project that I've been working on for some time now. Here, I'll pull it up. Biz, you were in Rujum's stream and not mine? Well, I mean, that probably makes sense, because I was saying a lot of mean things about you. Odd hour to see you on. Yes, it is quite late. I should probably go to sleep. I've been... So, another streamer, my friend LMP, reacted to a bunch of my YouTube videos. And man, he just tore me up. A lot of the more technical aspects of JavaScript, you know, he just kind of dug in. Not really. For the most part, I really appreciate those videos, so I'm glad he made them. But I'm going to... Oh my god, that's harsh. A lot of... Rujum, I want to say thank you for commenting on my videos. I really appreciate that. YouTube is. And Jack. All he is. It helps a lot to get them rolling in the algorithm. Both of you know that. You know that that's the case. He does. Most of the stuff he critiqued me on that was kind of calling me out on stuff was more just like a technicality on like my terminology, which is helpful, to be honest. I don't think it really decreases the value of my videos because the general concepts are going to be much more helpful to people either way. And there's a lot of things, the way I say it, you know, when you say something real general, there are going to be cases where it's not true. So you need to find the way to phrase what you're saying in the way that's going to be the most accurate across the broadest scale, you know? And definitely there was a lot of like, well, you can't say it this way because it's not true in this case. So there was a lot of that. But it wasn't so much that the value of what I was saying was not valuable. I think if you were to go watch his VOD, you would see that he very much does think a lot of the stuff I'm saying is valuable. But it's not so much that... And really that just comes down to being clear. You know, being a clear communicator. And in doing so, that makes me a better dev because I understand what I'm... When I can articulate something clearly, I can make a more clear plan for myself, you know? Yeah. I'm trying my hardest to pass Bizmaster Studios in YouTube subscribers. That's like the main goal for my whole life. That's really all that I need, and it's not happening. I keep looking at his channel, and every time I get 10 subs, he gets 10. It's like, what is this mess? You know? How am I ever going to catch up? And some of those subs are even my fault because I have them in my channel on some of my most viewed shorts. To not make it easy. Yeah, those videos... Yeah, you've been doing a good job making videos. It's a moving goalpost, as they say. I was hoping he would just like not make any more content so he doesn't get all... He still passively gets more subs, right? But he's definitely moving the goalpost. Intense competition. Yeah, I can get kind of competitive if it's all in good fun. You know, some people are like, it's not a competition. My general attitude about that type of thing is if it's like enhancing the experience, it's good, it's fine. But as soon as it becomes detrimental to the experience, you know, cut it out. So being competitive, right? Like you're committed to it to the extent that it enhances your productivity or makes something more exciting. You cut it when it becomes something that doesn't do that anymore. So that's kind of my general approach to it. Been kind of joking around with Bizmaster Studios on the internet for a while, and so far he hasn't really made me mad, which is pretty amazing. That's a small group of people. He's a pretty smart dude. Smarter than me. Okay, so what I need to do here is I'm making an event that has a conditional. You need an item. You need to have spicy jerky. You need to have a switch on. Glenn. Sealed door. Thousand appreciation. You better bow, because I'm your king. Bow to your lord. Bow to sire. Anybody been watching, what is it called? The new Game of Thrones? Family of Fire or whatever? Kind of not sold on it. I'm kind of like, eh. I like original Game of Thrones better. This isn't a spoiler, so don't worry about it, but I would say, yeah, Rings of Power is better, in my opinion, than Family of Blood or whatever it's called. What is it called? That's bothering me now. House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon, plural. Or singular. Yeah, I would say the thing with House of the Dragon that's interesting, and this isn't a spoiler, so you don't have to tune out. There's no really like clear protagonist. That was somewhat the case in Game of Thrones, but they're really leaning into that, because in Game of Thrones original, it was like there was characters that you kind of are rooting for, right? But there was ones you definitely weren't rooting for, right? Like ones you wanted to die. And I think in House of the Dragon, I just want all of the characters to die. Like, the way I feel about the characters in Game of Thrones that you were supposed to hate, I hate all of the characters. Yeah, no, Game of Thrones did a good job with having gray characters. For sure. But none of the characters are gray. They're just all bad guys. That's kind of how I feel about House of the Dragon. Like, they're really leaning into that whole, like, some people will like this character, some people will like that one. But I just hate all of them. You know? I just want a superhero, you know? I want a clear protagonist. Somebody who's just good. That's what I want in my show. I feel like Rings of Power has that. Yeah, Rings of Power do have very clear, like, good guys, you know? And I don't really like fantasy unless there's a clear good guy. It's okay if you make a clear good guy and then you turn them into a bad guy, kind of like they did with Daenerys or whatever, but I don't want complex dramas. Like, I want comic book heroes. Like, I like Superman. I like Spider-Man. You know, they can have within their general goodness, like, little sprees and foils and complications to where they struggle, right? I'm okay with that. But in I like bad guys too. See, that's another thing. If you don't have good guys, you don't have true evil, right? Like, oh, you're joking? I'm being serious. Like, in House of the Dragon, like, no one's really bad either. There's no one you just want to die, you know? Game of Thrones had lots of people you're like, I want them to die. So, while I want everybody in House of the Dragon to die, there are a lot of characters in Game of Thrones I wanted them to die so much more. You know what I mean? So, I don't really have any sympathy for any of the characters in House of the Dragon, and I just want them all to die. Can't have a good person without the baddies. Yeah. A good antagonist is like similar to the protagonist, but just a little bit over the top. Right? Like Daenerys is really good, but she just went a little extreme, and then she became the most bad. Stannis was actually a pretty decent guy, Stannis Baratheon, but he just pushed a little too hard. Like Joe and Bizmaster? What? I'm the good guy? I'm the good guy, right? In that equation? And Bizmaster's the perversion of me? We both bad. Ask the ladies. Would they like the bad boys? I don't know. I haven't been able to lock one in, and Biz has. So. What was I doing? Okay, so you have to have switch 66 and 20 off. Okay, so that's the game plus one. 66. Okay, so I can just do a conditional. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a conditional branch. If 66 is on, get an else branch, we erase the event. So if it's not on, if it's off, we're gonna do an interesting thing here. So the autonomous movement will be random, and we're gonna have the character jump. So we're gonna do set variable, control variable, and we'll do, I'll use the X-Fight one. Okay. Random. Run through 6. Okay, and then we're gonna do a conditional. If variable random x fight equals, did I do 0 through 6? 0. I'm gonna do 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if Glyn is at this, if he's not at the sill door, then we do this. And we're also gonna grab the so now what's the way it's gonna work Actually, we can start with none, and then I'll change it with the movement route. So we're gonna jump. Oh, thank you, Rujum. Wow, awesome. Maybe I'll hit my 2022 goal. Really appreciate that. I don't really know who Joby323. I'm sure they're just a lurker, but I really appreciate that. Congratulations, Joby323, for the gifted sub. I think you already have one, yeah? You probably got it through LMP. So that's cool. I've been getting more subs this this last bit of you know, recently. So far my game has been like set up for approval for like, think you can make it to my goal? Yeah, I tried to make it somewhat reasonable. That's just for the whole year. So I mean, that's just an average of 33 a month, right? So it's not for the month. I set longer goals, honestly, just because I don't want to update them for the next 3 months. And yeah, if I got to them, that'd be great. The one goal I really want is the mobile iOS stuff, because as soon as I get this Android one ready to go, I want to go and tackle the iOS account, which is like the next thing. Okay, so basically we're going to do set movement route. We're going to do a jump. Oh, first thing we're going to go is through on. Actually, let's just do through on at the top. That saves, it's more efficient. So we're going to do a jump. And I'll do like 5 and Y. We're going to change we don't need to do a weight on that. A little bit further to the right. I want him to go way up there sometimes. So basically what I'm doing is I'm creating like a faux randomization to make this goblin spawn in certain parts of the map. And it's going to be like a 1 in 7 chance of which place he's going to be in. Oh, that's way too far. What happened there? Too far still. Maybe I have to sleep. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for the raid. Oh, I forgot to do the shout out. I'm a bad streamer. Shout out the Rujum. Rujum does a lot of chill streams. He does some, mostly working on his IRL stuff. Or not, what am I talking about? His he has like 3D modeling with his like his ogre he's always messing with. He doesn't ever, maybe he does IRL stream sometimes, I don't know. But that's not really something I've seen on his channel. I don't know why I said that. Because I'm a liar, I guess. If you ask LNP, he'll tell you. Full of crap. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Something is funky. Yeah, it like moved it. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. Later, Rujum. Okay, so this is the first one. This is their first spawning possible place. Should I really make 7? Oh, I just realized that I can't use this variable because I'm using it here. I'm dumb. I made a dumb. Actually, where's the variable that I do that with? Oh, I have a specific variable for Calby Clouds. That's good. So I can use the X5 variable. Okay, cool. So we're just going to kind of make these go down the coast a little bit. So this one will be like Y. Make this into X14, and this will be like Y8. Yeah, that's a good spot. So that'll be the next one. And then we'll go down a little bit more. So we'll leave the 14, but we'll put this one as like -2. Check where that goes. So this one went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 over to the left, probably. So do 9 here. Okay, so where does that put us? Perfect. I want one to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 down. And 1, 2, 3 back. So we'll make it go 3 here and 3 back, so 6 there. Perfect, right where I wanted it. And then I want to put one right here maybe. So 1, so 2 to the left and 1, 2, 3, 4 down. So 4 here, and then 3 to the left, or 4 down, so I go -1. I don't know if that's right. No, that's not what I wanted. So we gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more to the y. So the y will go to 6. Okay, preview. Perfect. And the next one I want it to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and back. We'll just go down 5. Leave it at the same. So the y, we just add 5. I might add more than 7. This is kind of fun. So for this one, I want it to go like, maybe like here. One, 2, 3, 4 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 back. And we'll do 5 down. So 10 back would be a -6. And 5 down would be 11. Is that a good spot? Maybe like 1 up would be a little bit more of a cool spot. So 10 here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so maybe the next one like right here. So 1 back and 1, 2, 3, 4 up. -7. And 3 up would be 7 on the Y. Cool. Maybe 1 more up. So 6 on the Y. I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna try and finish this. So what I'm doing now, it's almost 7 a.m. I'll probably go a little bit longer. I'm kind of on a roll right now and I don't want to stop. On roll, on a roll. Oh my gosh, man. Your jokes are worse than Bizmasters. That's saying something. What, man? Trying to encourage... What roll? The honor roll? Hey, hey! The honor roll. Oh, hi, gotcha. Okay, -2. Up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. -2. Up 6. So we'll do -9 and 0. Cool, that's a good spot. And then I want to do 1 there. So that's going to be the last one. So back 2 and up. So -2, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna go? See you later. Thanks for hanging out, Corp Shack. Appreciate it as always. -2. -5, is that right? Okay, so that's good. Just have to change it to 1 through 9. Or 0 through 9. So now we're gonna do set movement route, and we're gonna set image, change image to the goblin. Okay, so here's the conditional. It chooses the goblin, and then on top of that, we're gonna add the move route. Set movement route, and I'm just, so here the character's already moved, right? So first I have to put through on. Let's do a wait one here, just to make sure that the variable's set before the other stuff starts firing. And we're gonna do move, or wait 1 frame. It's already set the random there, and then okay, so wait 1 frame. Actually, I don't have to set transparent on because there's no image, but I do have to put through on. Do I have to use movement to turn through on? I think I do. Okay, so through off, and we're gonna say turn down. So right here we're gonna change opacity. We're gonna start at 11. Turn left. Turn up. Turn right. Okay, so here we can loop this like 3 times. 1. Okay, so down, left, up, right, down, left, up, right. Okay, so now he's gonna like do this spinning thing. And basically we have to end in 255. So we got basically we got 8 movements, or 12 movements. So on the 6th we'll be halfway there. So that would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this should be like 133-ish, something like that. And then we just have to kind of make everything lead equally into everything else. So oh, I also have to put weights in here. Shoot. We'll do we'll start with 8 and we'll increase it. So it'll be pretty fast at first. So it'll be like, should be here right after the opacity. We'll do that for the first 4, and then we'll step it up to 16. We'll do that for 4. Two, 3, 4. We'll do 22 or something. So this will be 24, 22, 20, and 18. So it'll be like he kind of speeds up. Okay. So basically what's happening is the character will spawn in one of like 9 spots. trying to figure out how to do this. So if I do a self switch, it's not really going to work. Because if I come back, it's going to be weird. I could do auto run. Yeah, that's really it. So, although I have to do something to where if you touch it. So I think the thing to do would be to make it so these control a different event. So basically what I have to do is I have to put this here. I have to put another blank event here. And this is event, this will be gob gob. And then I have to make all of these affect that one. And then I can still leave that one on random movement, right? So for movement, I can just set it to random. And I can also make it 2 switches, right? So this one, if you touch it, it'll be like battle event processing. And one will be Glennon Calby, right? And then erase event after it's over. And then this one, the switch will be if you have a new game plus on. Glenn plus and Calby, erase event. Okay, so basically, okay, so basically what this does is this is the event now, and then I have to switch this code to control that. So I have to find gob gob, which I don't see it. There it is. I have to change all of these to affect gob gob. Gob gob. That kind of sounds like a goblin. Anybody still in the chat hanging out? Starting to run out of steam here. Heading to dialysis. Thanks for saying. Thank you for telling me. Kind of going a little bit too long tonight. I should probably have more control, self-control, but I'm so close. Gop Gop is 49. Okay, so now we're gonna test this. Okay, so now that I have the spicy jerky, let's see how this haul works. Now, it would be amazing if it just works in one shot. That never happens, so I doubt it. Oh shoot, I have to switch characters. So you can't start with Kyria there. It's just repeating for some reason. I don't see what's wrong. Cam event. Oh, I see. You have to put a weight on the jump. Otherwise it'll move ahead. Actually, you might not have to. You might be able to just put it before or right after. No, I think you have to put it on the jump. Try it without, and then I'll try it with. I don't think it'll work, but don't get right why it repeats. That's weird. Yeah, I think you do have to put a weight on these. Actually, I could erase this event and that would be fine. After I run everything. Let's do that. Okay. So he's not appearing. So that would make sense. It's not telling him what to be until... Okay, so those opacities must be all jacked. Oh, they are. They're not done yet. What was I doing? This is awesome. So then he just randomly roams. I'm gonna make him move slower, so it seems like he's like. So that's really good. I like it. This actually is really cool. Believe it or not. Okay, so I want to make him move a bit slower, but with a super high frequency. So we're gonna go slowest, with highest frequency, and I think that's good. Through off. I got a more efficient way to do this. You don't have to use jump. Okay, I'm starting to get tired. I'm gonna call it a night. Shit, I still have to make my bed. I don't even want to do that. Jesus. Yeah, you see what I'm doing, Lemon? I'm making it so that when you're trying to find Glenn, it like shows you where he is on the map and you have to go walk over to him. Oh. But it's pretty cool, but I'm tired, so I should go to sleep. It's coming along. It's not done yet, but I'll finish it tomorrow. It's coming along. It's not done yet. But I'll finish it tomorrow. Who's on? Nobody. Who's on? Timbodeau. Hmm.
Help me buy a car. That should work. They would feel. I'll be right back. Don't eat my pizza. No place. That's like all bouncing.
All right, Koovie man. All right, guys. Check you later. Thank you for watching, everybody. This was a long one. I didn't mean for it to be quite this long. 5 hours. Wow. I really need to get some rest. I don't know what the frick I think I'm doing. But I'm excited to come back tomorrow and finish this up. A couple more things I want to just fix up before I do another Android push. This is kind of one of the last things that's pretty broken on Android, but there's also a lot of like,
I think
I don't know, I'm gonna have to figure out something with the menu because it automatically scrolls through stuff.
Yes.
But I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Is like right now in been happening. The uploading to each IO just happened, and now the server is being updated. So if you want, if you are playing right now, maybe you should. You should reload because it's like a new thing now with the bouncy cave nerfed.